that's not what we... There we go. That is what we signed up for, which is having a discussion on ethics. This is in large part based on a presentation I did a few years ago now. Wow, time flies. It's like 6 years ago. The kind of general idea was to have an overview of a discussion on ethics and then talk a little bit about specifically relativism. And our previous discussion, we talked about what a chair is, and if you know what a chair is, then you're one step ahead of me. And this is because, or this is an issue with philosophy in general, Western philosophy, is that it tries to have an objective, certain truth that is infallible, or like a God's eye view of the world. And one of the issues is with categories. Specifically, it's hard to make categories such that you capture all the things you want to capture, and you don't capture any of the things you don't want to capture. And a really good kind of thought experiment for this is kind of the asking someone to define what a chair is. Because I don't think it's a possible task. Hey Asa, how's it going? At least in such a way that you include all chairs and exclude all non-chairs. And to some extent, that discussion is going to come up here, and we're going to have some overlap. So if people were around for that, or you have watched this, if you're watching the VOD, which I think is probably how most of the people will be watching, that'll come up. We're going to probably peruse a lot of, like, kind of selected Wikipedia articles in terms of the background. But I do have several kind of specific things I want to talk about. And we will work our way through it in a discussion on morality. So, and then while we're doing this, we're also going to construct an outline. So, and here, let's get this in here. And one of the problems we have at an immediate sense is we have to answer the question, what is moral/ethical? How should one behave? And the area that kind of gets discussed in philosophy is normative ethics here. And normative, by the way, for those of you who are less familiar with the terminology, is distinctive from descriptive. So normative is what you should do, and descriptive is what the world is, or how things are. But these are the questions we are trying to answer with the theories that we're going to be unpacking in just a little bit here. But before we do that, kind of have a thought experiment I want to lead out with. And I think we have most of our viewers on Twitch so far. I guess we got a few on YouTube. And the thought experiment is, if your father or some other loved one commits a, let's call it a murder, let's straw poll here, do you report him to the authorities? And we're going to come back to kind of this exact thought experiment later. Let's... And we'll see what people think. But one of the ideas is we're doing this now because we're going to have some more knowledge later. And we might have a little bit of a different answer. And so we will link this to the people. Is it self-defense or pre-planned? You can assume that it is a typical murder, which is, one of the conditions is that it is pre-planned. Right, if it's self-defense, then it's not murder. Then it's killing. In fact, this is an interesting distinction in most languages, there's actually two words for killing. There's a word for an unjustified killing. In the English language, it's murder. And there's a word for a justified killing, which is killing. Or morally ambiguous, rather. At least in English language. And this is one of the criticisms of translations of the Bible, the Ten Commandments. Thou shalt not kill. It's probably better translated as thou shalt not murder. It was on purpose and in broad daylight, exactly. There's maybe a follow-up to this question that I think is important to highlight, a theme that is going to be recurrent in this discussion, which is, I think, a theme that is underrepresented in philosophy, specifically discussions on morality. And that is the idea of omission versus commission. And so let's make another straw poll. If there was a letter reporting your father for murder, would you destroy the letter? Little Count of Monte Cristo. But in this, let's see. Okay, let's just do yes, no again. Okay. And the important distinction between this and the previous one, thought experiment. What's the context of the murder? There's no specific context. You can assume that it is a typical murder that is, by nature of it being called murder, unjustified. If it was like self-defense or killing or this type of thing, it would maybe not be called murder. If there was a letter reporting your father for murder, would you destroy the letter? Now, this is probably the first question, or it'd be better to ask this question first. But the idea here is that the consequence of destroying the letter is the same as the consequence for not reporting your father for murder. And the consequence of letting the letter go through is the same as reporting them for murder. But the distinction is we have commission. In this instance, in order for your father to be imprisoned, you must report him, so you must engage in the act. In order for your father not to be reported, here you must do the same thing. And this is a general kind of theme that I think is underrepresented in ethics or discussions, which is that this is really the same question as this question, in a sense. The difference is one of these forces you to act, and the other one just forces you to not act. And this is, for Western ethics, kind of a pretty important distinction. Philosophy chat, it is indeed a philosophy chat. We in the just chatting streets. And for this, in some sense, maybe these two answers should be the same. Maybe they shouldn't, though. And the West generally thinks of ethics in terms of sin. And someone who drives this home pretty strongly is a guy named Michel Foucault. who's a French philosopher. Or at least this is, I think, a good example for a guy who kind of talks about this in his series, History of Sexuality. But it is based on wrong action. But you could have a very different sort of way of thinking about ethics. And this is, Foucault talks about this as well. He talks about the ancient Greeks. Let's maybe get a little bit of a backdrop for this. And he talks about the ancient Greeks in the way that they approach ethics or think about ethics, which is a little bit different. In fact, they have a word, their word for ethics, or to being good, is arete. And this translates better as excellence. And for kind of contemporary Western morality, to be good is to not commit bad acts. For the ancient Greeks, to be good is to be excellent. And this frame of mind is going to inform, to some extent, how you do this moral calculus. And kind of throughout this discussion, we'll have like this being an underpinning idea that your perspective is going to inform the way you think about things. The Greeks would think about things a little bit differently. Or the ancient Greeks. Let's come to our outline. But an ethics that is informed by arete is going to be an ethics different than an ethics that is informed by... Okay, let's see, can we... The harm principle. Which is kind of the underpinning of a lot of more contemporary kind of moral philosophy. Which is that individuals should be limited only to prevent harm from other individuals, and other than that, you should be allowed to do what you want. And of course, the extension of this is that as long as you're not hurting anyone else, effectively speaking, the actions you take are moral. And this comes from John Stuart Mill. Maybe we put that in our outline here. I don't agree that they're... I don't agree. I think they're different regarding these two thought experiments here. If your father commits a murder, do you contact the authorities? If there's a letter reporting your father, would you destroy that letter? And the other is stopping someone else's act. Yes. So in one of these, you don't have to act for your father to get in trouble, and the other one you do. I wouldn't report my own father for murder, but I wouldn't try and stop someone else. So you care about the action itself, but not the consequence as much. This is an important distinction. We're going to kind of circle back to it. But we have maybe another... Let's do another thought experiment here. We'll do the lifeboat thought experiment. And a lifeboat thought experiment is like this. You are on a lifeboat. Okay? And inside the boat, there are several people. There is a young boy. There is a navigator who's already kind of charted the path, and so you know where you're going. There is you. That's you. Tell me how good my drawing was. And then there's a criminal. And there's a doctor. The problem is, you know where you need to go, and you know how to get there to make landfall. And then here's the doctor. That's not the doctor. This is the doctor. Okay. The issue is you have 5 people. You only have food for 4. What do you do here? And this is kind of an important question. There's a lot of ways you can respond to this. This is not really as much taking a poll type of thought experiment, but the navigator did allow you to... Oh no, wait. We need this guy won't be a doctor, he'll be an old man. There we go. We need an old man in here. So the navigator ensured that you could get to shore. But, okay, back to what I was saying. There's an approach that is common when people first get kind of proposed thought experiments. And I've seen this thought experiment proposed in a lot of, like, introduction classes to ethics and philosophy and this type of thing. And what a lot of people say is, yo, dog, we just catch some fish. You know? We just have a little hook and we do this thing and we catch the fish. And this is what I like to call rejecting the thought experiment. The entire point of the thought experiment is how do we resolve the tension that we only have food for 4. Acquiring food for 1 more person is effectively just rejecting the thought experiment. So we don't do that. And what do we do here? And, hey Sync, how's it going? If my father was murdered, I would want the murderer to face justice. But this is in the instance your father murders someone else. And, okay. We're not going to propose a method that allows us to get more food. We can either do nothing, in which case everyone will split the rations equal, or actually, that's not necessarily a given. What's commonly assumed is that if you do nothing and you split the rations equally, everyone dies. But you could also just see how other people try and resolve it. So maybe we can make a poll for this. But let's say... Let's make a poll for this. I know why my father, the murderer, should face justice. That's why my father should face justice. Exactly. Or that's kind of my perspective on it. But I also don't like my dad, so... Okay. So let's make one for the boat thought experiment, maybe. We can do a few different ways. We can draw straws. Here, let's maybe do this where you guys can see. Where Aragorn, moist. What are these autofills? When did I put in moist? I've only ever done straw pill on stream, I think. Let's maybe just do it off cam. Can the boat be a cog? It could be a cog if you want. So we could draw straws. We can do nothing and let everyone star. We could have a vote. Or we could do something a little bit more dictatory, which is we could decide. We could say the boy starves. We could say the navigator starves. We could say we starve. We could say the criminal starves. Or we can say the old man starves. These are the most common kind of solutions I see to this problem. Can you even move without an navigator? You can, but he's responsible for getting you the coordinates to be able to get to land. The idea is you all have a debt to the navigator of some kind. Which is why his presence there is interesting. I think I've seen it opposed where it's like a doctor instead. Okay. But the navigator's already done his thing. So how are we resolving the fact that we only have food for 4 people? Again, we can draw straws, let a random person die. We can let everyone starve, because there's not enough food for everyone. We could take a vote amongst ourselves. We can say the boy starves, the navigator starves, you starve, the criminal starves, or the old man starves. We make a straw poll. True. Well, this is the point of the thought experiment, and this is what's making it a little bit interactive. Is we can do this. So let's see what you guys think. You guys think have a vote? Fair. I mean, that's what we're doing right now, so this is very meta. What's the criminal's crime? Does it matter? How much does that matter? We can let it be whatever comes to your mind when you think of the word criminal. Which means it's going to be different for different people. I mean, if we wanted to maybe make it interesting, we could say it's your father who committed murder. Eat the boy, says Craig. We should see the boy starves then from Craig. Have a vote is the same as choosing, but less guilt on yourself. Oh, I forgot to put let someone else choose. Maybe his crime is cannibalism? Yeah. Is it progress if he uses a fork? Everyone eats their own legs? Nope, we're not allowed to do that. That's rejecting the thought experiment. That's saying just catch some fish. And the reason we don't do this is because then there's no actual moral dilemma. Right? When we get to the trolley car problem, you're not going to be allowed to just untie everyone from the trolley. I don't know, what do, the most common responses are the ones that are up here, these top 3, that I've seen, which is we have a vote, we let the criminal starve, or we draw straws. Derail the problem by derailing the trolley. Yeah, you've heard of the trolley car problem, but have you heard of the fat man on a bridge problem? Okay. So, generally speaking, I also don't have a solution to this other than I would probably be inclined to have a vote or draw straws. Or let the old man starve, probably over the criminal. This is a little bit of a contentious one. If we are letting one starve, do we let the old man starve, or do we let the criminal starve? A big function of this is whether you think the criminal is unfit for society, or whether you, like, are a little bit more rehabilitation. How do you conjugate that word? Rehabilitationisty in your orientation towards criminal justice. Like, do you believe in rehabilitation for criminals? If you do, then the old man's lived most of his life, right? And this is a sort of moral calculus where we are thinking of things from the perspective of, okay, who has more years left in their life? And the criminal has more years. But you could also think qualitatively the criminal's life is worth less because he commits crime. But this kind of brings us to... We do have 2 previous thought experiments. Let's see if anyone's voted more on them. If your father commits a murder, do you report it to authorities? We have 3 saying no, 2 saying yes. And then if there was a letter reporting your father for murder, would you destroy the letter? Which is similar, but it's not quite the same thing. One is an act of commission, one is an act of omission. And so now we have kind of 3 objectivist or semi-objectivist models. It's really 2 objectivist models and one everyone pretends is. And what I mean by objectivist means we can find absolute truth. And we'll kind of utilize the Wikipedia article here, where I'm certain that it will reference specifically these 3 moral theories. Yeah, it does. Distinct theories in normative ethics suggest different principles as the foundation of morality. The 3 most influential schools of thought are consequentialism, deontology, and virtue ethics. I'm a little bit less knowledgeable about the Nicomachean ethics, which is the common one that is referenced in virtue ethics. These schools are usually presented as exclusive alternatives, meaning you can't mix and match, although I think in practice that's kind of what people do, but depending on how they're defined, they can overlap and do not necessarily exclude one another. Kind of. In some cases, they differ in which acts are seen as right and wrong. In other cases, they recommend the same course of action, but provide different justifications. And the first one we are going to talk about is the first one they talk about here, which is consequential, or no, wait, it's not consequentialism. We're not going to talk about this first. We're going to talk about deontology first. And specifically this very strapping man here, which name is Kant. And this is rules-based ethics, which means that you come up with rules, which is based, and then you decide what is best based on those rules. And we have Kant and the categorical imperative. And I'm not the best at explaining this, but one of the main things is that you do not care about consequences, you care about rules. Does the kid get to vote? No, he's not 18 yet. They clearly already don't have legs based on the picture. Now we're thinking. So the kid eat the legs they don't have. But maybe the Wikipedia article is a little bit better at explaining the categorical imperative than we are. But what Kant believed is that you would use a tool, the categorical imperative. I think he has a few other ones, but the main one is the categorical imperative, which meant that if an action, this also, importantly, does not care about acts of omission. We'll circle back to kind of the questions we asked at the beginning. But for the categorical imperative, if an action would be such that, if made universal, would significantly undermine, and this is the part I get fuzzy on, society or create an internal contradiction for the notion of the thing itself, such as telling the truth, then you cannot engage in that action. And the kind of shorthand, or here, let's read through this. Central concept in the deontological moral philosophy of Immanuel Kant, in the groundwork of the metaphysics of morals, we read that, in a way of evaluating motivations for actions, it's best known for its original formulation, act only accordingly to a maxim whereby you can, at the same time, will that it should become universal law. And for Kant, you would not will that people murdering each other became universal law. You would not will that people lying to each other become universal law. And specifically, the lying for each other is an important example because it creates a contradiction in that what is the point of truth if everyone lies? Let's see if we have an example here. But the categorical imperative, on the other hand, commands immediately the maximums one conceives which match its categorical requirements, denoting an absolute unconditional requirement that must be obeyed in all circumstances and justified as an end in itself, possessing intrinsic value. So Kant was like, we got rules, we listen to the rules, no matter what. And so for Kant, if your father commits a murder, do you report it to the authorities? You don't have to do this for Kant. Because one of the aspects is that you actually do not care about acts of omission. You are not evaluating that. You can only think about acts that you commit. And this is, failing to report your father is not an act of, or it's an act of commission. You're not obligated to do anything. Also note that this is in line with kind of the harm principle and thinking of wrong action in terms of sin, right? But if your father, if there was a letter destroying your father or reporting your father for murder, would you destroy the letter? For Kant, you could not destroy the letter. So you could protect your father in one way. You could protect your father by failing to report something. But for Kant, you would not be able to do this. Because you would not will it to become universal law that murderers were protected. Basically, it's everyone acted this way, but what would happen? It's a little bit like that, but there's an extra little bit about the contradiction. I've had a lot of discussions in regards to Kant. I've just had a lot of discussions with a guy who's going to graduate school with specific emphasis on Kant, and ethics is mostly what we've talked about, and a lot of it is trying to poke holes in Kant's ethics. And one of the really big ones is the harboring a Jew thought experiment. Or this is kind of the one that can we not pull up? Alright, we don't, there's not like just an article for it. But the main idea for the thought experiment is this. That's not what we wanted. The main idea for the thought experiment is that there is an ambulance outside. You have a house. Okay? It's World War II and you're in France. And then SS officer comes to your house. Okay? You are, by the way, harboring Jews. Are you not? And asks, hey, are you hiding any Jews? This is you. According to the categorical imperative, you cannot lie. Right? And so, at best, you can just not answer the question. And this is a thought experiment whose purpose is basically to undermine the categorical imperative. Here's the person hiding in your attic. Okay. But if he asks if you're harboring Jews, you have to say, according to the categorical imperative, you have to say yes, or you can just say nothing. But the consequence, in either case, is going to be clear, is that the person whose life you're trying to save is going to get rounded up. But you don't care about consequences of your actions. You only care about the rules, and the rule is you cannot lie. Kant stops at the red light, even if there's no car chilled around. Very German. He is very German. This is true. And in my opinion, or this is a critique I have had, is that there's like effectively like compound actions here. And actions are fundamentally compound in some way. Which is, for the deontologist, this is just lying. And you never, ever, ever do that in order to protect the Jew. And this is also two actions. You're actually really lying and also condemning the Jew to death. And it seems that the deontologist doesn't think this way. They think that, nope, all you're doing is lying. This is not what you're doing. This is a consequence of your actions. It's just, that's on the SS officer, right? And so we have this idea of compound actions. Or at least for me, it seems that this is the case. This is not taught at university. But this was an issue that I had with it. But this kind of raises maybe an interesting question for a straw poll. Is lying morally wrong? And a lot of people I think this isn't meant as a gotcha kind of one. And one of the autocompletes is don't flip Norse. But is lying morally wrong? Inglourious Basterds reference? Probably. Do you have a more tangible example, like the situation in front of our eyes when the US commits genocide and you support the Western and liberal hegemony? I mean, there's a lot of things I don't support that the United States is doing. It's a very, like... It's a question where you're trying to paint things in very black and white terms. And then generalize. And project an entire position based on a small sample size that you think we support Western and liberal hegemony. You should lie in this case, obviously. This is shocking. Is lying, or this is not specific. I guess I should have been more specific. This is in general. We're talking about it being morally wrong, not specific to this case. But in this case, I think you should lie. Yeah. Because, or you should just not hide the person to begin with, right? Because if you're not prepared to protect them, you shouldn't take them on. But this is the soup you're swimming in, you're already protecting them. This is correct representation of Kant. You are not responsible for what happens, only the SS officer is. Yes. Yes. But, I had a thought experiment that puzzled my Kantian friend. And this one I was rather pleased with. So for Kant, you're not allowed to unalive yourself. Okay? And also for Kant, there's some complicated things like only rational actors are worthy of moral consideration, and children who are not yet rational are not worthy of moral consideration. That's a vibe. But you're not allowed to unalive yourself, okay? But there's actually two thought experiments here that I felt he had difficulty with. But if you happen to lie down on some train tracks right? What you're doing is lying down on some train tracks. And if for you that action, and you're planning on getting up when you lay down, let's say, you are not lying down so that the train hits you. But then, later, you decide that you're just not going to get up and you're going to let the train hit you. Now, your act of commission was not intended to unalive yourself, but your act of omission is preventing yourself from saving yourself. And you get splattered. For the Kantian, this is okay. But it seems like it shouldn't be, because you're unaliving yourself, right? Make a poll about hiding the person? I think that's how people are interpreting it. I think I should have led with it's morally wrong before talking about the before talking about the harboring a Jew thought experiment. I was gonna say you shouldn't take him to the house in the first place, but that's avoiding the thought experiment. Yeah, so that's 100%. But the point is I mean it's a very pointed thought experiment where like it's very obviously trying to poke holes in this. And then okay. There's also a scope where, you know, on a gun, you have a trigger. Or this is something I was shocked with the Kantian position, is Kant or Kantians apparently don't care about global warming at all. Which I was a little bit surprised. That's going to be Europe, and there's India down here or something. And it's kind of some of... Okay, they don't care about global warming at all, because this is... Global warming is a consequence. And I thought that was very interesting. Because if you universalize not caring about global warming, it seems like that would be a bad time for everyone. I thought that it wouldn't pass the categorical imperative. But I'm not exactly... Plop Smurf, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. I'm not exactly an expert on this. Okay? My Kantian friend who knows Kant really well said that global warming not an issue. Because it was a consequence. And I had a response to this, which is... This seems like a scope issue. Where... when do we want to consider something a consequence or an action? And the distinction seemed unclear. Let's add to... And then here we have train tracks. But this seemed like a scope issue to me, because when you fire a gun, you pull a trigger, right? Triggers go the other way, huh? Right? You pull the trigger. That's that right there. And is the pulling of the trigger the action? And if pulling the trigger, you're just squeezing your hand like a tube of toothpaste, then is the firing of the gun just a consequence? Or are you shooting the gun as an action? Right? And so, like, these two thought experiments, for him, seem to cause some degree of issue. But this is kind of one of the critical features of the various models in philosophy, is that none of them are seen as, like, really kind of satisfactorily answering the question. Global warming is a natural thing that can be accelerated for human causes. Yeah, we were already heating up, independent of human action. as far as I understand it. Two independently ethical actions may lead to an unethical consequence. Yeah, but Kant, my man, didn't care about if things led to bad consequences. So, and then we have consequentialism, which is kind of the opposite thing, which says we should only care about the consequences. Also, the most common one is utilitarianism, which is greatest good for the greatest number, and typically this is measured in utils, which is a unit of good, or a unit of pleasure, however you want to think about it, but the point is you do math. Which, this is kind of appealing to me conceptually. Because, boy oh boy, if you can do math to determine what's ethical, that really simplifies things, huh? And we won't unpack too much. I think we already talked about John Stuart Mill. So the two main authors here are Mill and Bentham. But Mill was the guy who came up with the harm principle. Okay? Which we talked about earlier, which is morality, you can do whatever you want unless it harms someone else. And that's kind of where a lot of Western ethics kind of starts out as, is this orientation around freedom, but just don't hurt other people. Utilitarianism's not quite that, though. So it's kind of an interesting mix, because utilitarianism, you don't care about stuff like free will, and you don't care about rules. Rules are meant to be broken. Except for the rule where you have maximize utils. And so let's come up with a little bit of a thought experiment, or the one I found the most striking, that kind of undermines utilitarianism. Although, in the harboring a fugitive instance, right, utilitarianism, you care what the SS officer does. And so you lie to the SS officer, right? And so it solves that problem. But let's say, hypothetically, that you are being tortured. That's you. You're being tortured by being forced to play in Ethiopia in Victoria 3, where there's no resources, your tech is awful, and this is your torture. Okay. Or some other example of an unfun start to play, let's say, in a video game. And actually, no, let's make it real torture. You're getting waterboarded. You're getting waterboarded. Okay. That's not water. Okay. And this, for you, we're going to talk about it in terms of utils. Gives you minus 10,000 utils. You really hate this. Okay? You're like, wow, this sucks. This is real bad. I'm playing Ethiopia and Vic 3 right now. There we go. I mean, so you get... There's some fun stuff about Ethiopia. I rip on Ethiopia a lot in terms of fun to play, but there's some stuff going on. You get the man, the myth, the legend himself. His name escapes me. I like to think that I was actually instrumental in the change getting reverted, where Tuodros like lost his bonus and then he got it back. But okay, this is minus 10,000 utils. Boy, do you really hate it. I don't know how to draw a large crowd. There's not a very good way for me to do it. But this is being streamed on television or live stream. Okay? And 110,000 people are watching. And boy, do they like watching you play Ethiopia. Okay? Or watching you get waterboarded. They get 0.1 utils from watching you. In this instance, right? If we times 0.1 times 100,000, that's 11k utils. It makes sense to torture you for the entertainment of others. Okay? This is ethical and moral, that you're tortured for sport. And that's the problem. If you ever can, or specifically in areas where the enjoyment of the many, at a very slight enjoyment, brings enormous suffering. Oh, we forgot to do... No! We forgot to do at the intro a particular thought experiment. We forgot John Rawls, not John Rawls. Okay. But the idea is 11 is bigger than 10. So we torture you for entertainment. Is this lecture an ethical torturing experience? It might be. It might be. But there's a kind of a utilitarian joke that I'm a big fan of. And then we have the doctor joke. Utilitarian doctor walks into your room and he says, I have good news and bad news. You're perfectly healthy. And this joke doesn't make any sense unless you're familiar with some of the objections to utilitarianism. But the idea is that if you're perfectly healthy and you have 10 functioning organs and there are 10 people on an organ transplant list, why don't we just kill you, take the 10 organs, and save the 10 people? 10 is bigger than 1. We're harvesting your organs, buddy. This is why I torture anyone I can. Yeah, you can never be too sure. So, this is a philosophy joke I like a lot. There's another one I like a lot, which if you're understanding of programming or symbolic logic, you ought to get this one. And if you don't, you won't, but I'll explain it afterwards. Which is 3 logicians walk into a bar. Bartender says, would the 3 of you guys like drinks? And the first logician says, I don't know. And the second logician says, I don't know. And the third logician very excitedly says, yes! And the joke is that it's an AND gate, right, in terms of logic. I think that's the way to best way to explain it. So it's condition, in order for it to be true that the 3 of you guys want drinks, you need X wants a drink, Y wants a drink, and Z wants a drink, right? You need all 3 of these to be true. The first logician doesn't know if Y and Z are true, so he can't answer the bartender whether it's true that the 3 of them want drinks. So he says, I don't know. He's like, I don't know. The second knows that X wants a drink because If X knew that he didn't want to drink, he would have just answered no instead of I don't know. So Y knows that X wants to drink, and Y wants to drink, but they don't know if Z wants to drink, so they respond, I don't know. And then now Z knows that both X and Y want drinks, because they responded, I don't know, instead of no. And they know I want to drink, so emphatically they respond, yes. We all three want drinks. No short circuits, exactly. You pick it up what I'm putting down. That's another philosophy joke I'm a fan of. But one the computer sci people will get a lot. Because there's a lot of overlap. But with this tortured example, I actually think this is a little bit unfair. To some extent. Which is that often the thought experiments miscalculate utils. You being tortured, the notion that you live in a society where you can randomly swooped up and be tortured, even if you enjoy watching someone being tortured at 0.1 utils, right? The notion that you can be getting picked up might cause minus 1.1 utils of trauma. Just the unsettling thought that you might be tortured next. And if more than 100,000 viewers are experiencing this trauma of, hey, I might be picked up, then you shouldn't organize a society where this can happen. And so, generally speaking, the notion of personal freedom has utility. The notion that you won't get carved up by the doctor has utility. And this freedom doesn't often get captured. In a lot of these thought experiments. But a further rejoinder to that is often this feels circular. Often this kind of way of thinking also feels circular and kicking the can down the road. If we have something that we value, such as like this notion of freedom and it's creating utility, and this notion of freedom is protected by rules, then it kind of seems like utility is not really showing us what's moral in a predictive way, but rather in a descriptive way. And then it's not actually, as the category implies, a normative ethics, but it's just a descriptive ethics. It's just describing what we already feel as moral, conveying it in terms of utils, and then telling us we should add them all up. Choice of who to torture is the issue. Yeah. The bad people, maybe. I also think it's unclear that another thing that this thought experiment ignores, is opportunity cost. You don't actually, when you get 0.1 util, oh my god, we're gonna spell opportunity wrong. When you get 0.1 utils, you're not actually getting 0.1 utils. You're getting the difference between watching this in terms of utility and watching the next best thing. So if you could watch people hug for 0.08 utils, when you watch people tortured, you really actually only get 0.02 utils. But this is kind of splitting hairs. We could still, like, we can still make the thought experiment work. I thought that the ethical is commonly thought as collective agreement, and moral, on the contrary, has to do with the inner good and evil. I believe this article, I skimmed a little bit the intro, but the distinction between the two does get addressed here, so we could read through it real quick. Mom, I'm just watching people hug? Yeah. They're just hugging. The terms ethics and morality are usually used interchangeably, but some philosophers distinguish between the two. According to one view, morality focuses more on what moral obligations people have, while ethics is broader and includes about what is good and how to have a meaningful life. I did intend on using the one about moral obligations. Another difference is that codes of conduct in specific areas such as business and environment are usually termed ethics rather than morality, as in business ethics and environmental ethics. Can we min-max utils in this economy? In this economy? We can. Maybe. But we're gonna get to, I think, kind of the most famous thought experiment here, which is the trolley car problem. And the trolley car problem is important. Wow, what a shitty... Do we have a better image of it? Terrible. Let's find the original trolley car problem. Alright. There we go. That's a little bit better. Okay. Aristotle, we haven't gotten that far yet. So, we have the trolley car problem. The trolley car problem is this. There is a trolley on a track that's going to run over 5 people. You can pull a lever, which will divert the track, and hit one person. What do you do? And let's straw poll what people think about the trolley car problem. You cannot save the people from the track. This is not allowed. That is rejecting this thought experiment. You can either pull the lever or don't pull the lever. And then we'll unpack this once we get people's opinions. But here's the link. But you pull the lever, the track gets diverted, and one person is run over by the trolley. You don't pull the lever, 5 people are run over by the trolley. Implicit in this assumption is that you value people's lives. The problem with I have all these theories of morals, ethics, is that throughout all history today, the liberal theory you talk about right now is hypocritical to what reality liberals are doing. How do you reconcile that? You're asking a... I think that... We'll kind of get to this with a little bit with Singer, but I think that... generally, a lot of people in the West, or a lot of people just in general, are like out of sight, out of mind in regards to other people, and don't actually include people in the third world in part of their like moral calculus in terms of thinking of them as members of their tribe. I think that this is a moral failing. Aristotle was addicted to gotcha games and doesn't understand the difference between earned XP util levels and the ones he bought with his mom's credit card. But okay, we can pull the lever, or we can not. Looks like we have 4 pull the lever, 3 don't pull the lever. I had a lot of fun with this one in class. We did a show of hand for tons of variations. Yeah, there's a ton of variations. We're going to talk about another variation next. We got one locked and loaded. There's a bunch of amusing ones. But it looks like people are leaning towards pulling the lever. And the trolley car problem is actually a classic, a bit of a classic. Because what it, in some sort of sense, does is it compares the deontology rules-based ethics with consequentialism and utilitarianism. Because if you believe in rules, and you think murder is bad, in some sense, if you don't pull the lever, you haven't done anything wrong. Right? If you're only looking at things in terms of acts of commission, if you pull the lever, you're responsible for someone's death. And this is how a Kantian would interpret this. A Kantian would not pull the lever because by pulling the lever, they cause the death of another. Or you can call it an issue of scope and pulling the lever is just an action and the trolley hitting someone is a consequence. But for the Kantian, you're killing someone. For the utilitarian just looks at one person and then they look at 5 people and then they're like, bruh, you just like plow the one, who cares about that? You could save 5 people instead. And so, generally speaking, in terms of the intuition, the utilitarian will want to pull the lever and the Kantian will want to not pull the lever. Okay? But what if we made this a little bit different? Okay? What if we change this one up a bit? Let's make this size huge. There's a bridge. And over the bridge, there's railroad tracks. And on the railroad tracks, there's five people. So similar to the trolley car problem already, right? This is a different formulation of the trolley car problem. And the trolley's coming. And the trolley is going to kill all these people. However, on the bridge above is a man that is so fat he could stop the trolley if he was on the tracks in front of it. Do you push the man off the edge to stop the trolley? This is called the fat man on the bridge problem. We'll make another straw poll here. Question is do you push the fat man off the bridge, and save the 5 people, or do you not push the fat man off the bridge and let the 5 people get splattered by the trolley? It's the same problem. It's sort of the same problem. It's very similar. I don't think I would call it the same problem. But just a refresher, our trolley car results were 8 people pull the lever, 3 people do not. 1 more person just answered. Generally speaking, if you ask the would you push the fat man off the bridge question first, you will get more people saying no than if you ask it second. We're asking it second. Typically, sequencing matters a lot. Because you can kind of see that it is the same question. Looks like you guys all want to push the fat man off the bridge. Now, remember, you have to push him in front of the trolley, not behind the trolley. Is he fat because of a medical issue? It doesn't matter. You don't know. You don't know his life story. You just know he's fat and he's on the bridge. This one's too contrived. Will I be charged with murder? Well, just to be clear, you can get charged with murder for pulling the lever. The big difference, in my opinion, between these two is one is way more visceral than the other. One, you are sinking your palms into his meaty, fat man flesh to push him off the bridge, and the other, you're kind of pulling a lever. But I think you can get tried with murder for either of these. Morally, it is the same problem, but practically it is not. The same people are more reluctant to push the fat man. Typically that is the case, but currently we have a larger proportion voting to push the fat man off the bridge. The fat man is shaped like a ball. It would be easier to move him. This is perhaps fair. Fair and true. Yeah, typically people have more of an issue pushing the fat man off the bridge. Which is interesting. And so, let's talk about Peter Singer. Or we can give people a little bit more chance to answer, but the problem is if we give people we give people too long to answer. We'll get new people coming in, and it feels like we're just asking them, do you push a fat man off a bridge, just in general? Which is not quite the question. But, okay. This is... it's a similar ratio. We're going to talk about Peter Singer. Peter Singer came up with a thought experiment that happens in two parts. And this might make the person who keeps on having the questions about the liberal order, they might enjoy this one. And Peter Singer, I think this is one of the two kind of like most striking moral thought experiments in my opinion. The fat man on the bridge doesn't make the cut on that. But Peter Singer asks a question, which is, there is a child drowning in a body of water. You can drown in 4 inches of water. That's all it takes. But there's a child drowning. Okay? And you are walking by. But you have really nice shoes on. Like, real nice. We used to do this with Yeezys, but those aren't considered as nice anymore. And you could save the child, but you'll ruin your shoes. And they're $200 shoes. Or actually, inflation. Now they're $300 shoes. Ouch. Okay, do you save the child? And ruin your shoes? And, okay. Some people really like their Yeezys, but... well, we'll let people answer, then we'll kind of unpack it. Do you... I hate kids, so then you would let the kid die, probably. This would make sense. And... let's get rid of the boat thought experiment. Okay. Do you save the child? There's a doctrine in law: a guilty act requires a guilty mind. You can claim that you weren't aware of someone on the track. You can't possibly make that argument if you push the guy off the bridge. Yeah, your legal defense might be easier. Yes, of course, the store brand, when they hear news of you saving a child, will get you a new pair. It's classic capitalism. Are these $100 bill Air Force Ones? They're $300 shoes. The original thought experiment, I think, was $200 shoes, but inflation. What if the kid has annoyed you in the past? You don't have a history with this child. Your history is seeing them drown. But a lot of people, their intuition is, okay, we saved the child, obviously. And then Peter Singer has this rejoinder, which is, you could donate $300 to charity and save the life of way more than one person. Why don't you do that? And I think he's got a point. Yeah. What if you save the child hoping for a reward from the parents? There's no reward in this thought experiment. You ruin your shoes. To suggest that you recoup the loss of the shoes is to some extent rejecting the thought experiment, right? The point is are you obligated to create an act of commission? Note, if you value a child's life at over $300, the utilitarian has to save them, right? But the Kantian says that's an act of commission. I'm not morally obligated to do shit. That boils down to valuing in-group versus more than out-group. Well, this child is drowning in 4 inches of water. That's not my group. Because you care about more people in your community than on another continent? That's fair. That is one way to say it, or one response to Singer's issue. Typically, people don't want to say the lives of people in their country are worth less than the lives of people in third world countries. But that is a coherent response to Singer. I think that at this point, though, you have to say you just value the lives of some people more than others. What if I do $500 of harm and get $1,000 to donate to charity? Utilitarian says, hell yeah, brother, let's go. Forget what book this was in. Was this in Practical Ethics? This might have been in Practical Ethics. Maybe this is more of a shipping and distribution problem. You absolutely can spend a few $100s and save a life. But this is getting at the heart less of like... There's like two kind of ways to look at this. Is like... normative and descriptive, right? And we're kind of thinking of normative ethics, what you should do. Answering the question why we don't care as much is a little bit more trivial, but answering the question, should we send $300 to a third world country to save lives versus not, is, I mean, I think Singer has a very strong argument. Donating to charity might be saving someone, but it's abstract, and saving the child is tangible. Yeah. Yeah, let's... I think it's... We'll kind of talk a little bit about more how we do ethics, and it makes sense why we do not have the same feeling towards the child in the third world country versus the child drowning in 4 inches of water. But practically speaking on the morality, unless you view their life as worth less, like, you should treat them as kind of analogous. By Singer's argument, why stop at 300? I'm not sure what you mean. Singer's kind of the position that you should, Singer is of the position that you should basically just give everything that is over your subsistence to charity. And my understanding is that's kind of what he does. And I think he makes a lot of people squirm. In my opinion, because I think if you kind of accept the premise of what Singer is saying here, then any frivolous expenditure, like, you can view in the context of how many children have I killed. Which... my position is, like, your moral obligation is not just to, like, society, but also to, like, yourself to some extent. And the expectation that you give it all is maybe not fair. Let's get some bullet points in here. But this does make me squeamish. Shaggy Wog, thank you for the Prime subscription. Much appreciated, my guy. But yeah, that is basically what Singer does. My Mayo in Miners 4. Oh, Jesus Christ. Thank you for the follow. That is quite the name. At least it's the Miners with an E. His position is naive. Capitalist argument would be that by buying new toys you could get the economy to grow, which helps everyone. I think Peter Singer does address this, or Singer's kind of commonly referenced for this movement where people who identify as effective altruists adopt the position that we should just make as much money as possible. Sam Bankman-Fried is probably the most recognizable here, but the premise is we should make as much money possible, that way we can donate as much money. And that you should dedicate your life to just, like, making gobs and gobs of cash so that you can be more effective in your altruism, yeah. So that is a position that people who are followers of Singer have taken up, like, that you should just make as much money as possible. Unless you can get 100% of society to do this, people will take advantage of the charity and create systemic disparities. The other coffee, I think that if you donate $300 to a charity and you, like, vet the charity first, you're not causing, like, net harm. Your $300 might not get $300 of value, but I just, like, I don't buy the position that it's all just a wash somehow, and it's not helpful. Singer's a very rich dude that does not know poverty. His critique is mostly aimed at people not using their money for good. Yeah. Giving money to charity addresses a systemic inequity, which, yeah, I mean, giving money to charity is redistributive. I have a hard time... I think it's hard for it to not be redistributive unless there's grift. I think it's important to vet charities. If you haven't read the Rationalist Harry Potter fanfic, don't at me. I have not. I don't support it on principle regarding charity. But that's to say, not to say I don't think charity is morally good. If that makes sense. Yeah, you think that the state should do this. Or the state should not create situations where there's children drowning in puddles. Yeah. Charity abuse is way less of an issue than people think it is if you look at the actual statistics. That's my understanding. But, like, you hemorrhage some value, but, like... I think that, objections regarding efficiency or, like, this type of stuff are, more dodging the thing than, like, actual objection. The problem I have with charity is the inefficiencies. Well, here's the thing: is you can create really, really good health outcomes from giving people who are now malnourished multivitamins. And a year's supply of multivitamins is like $8. Okay, or something like this. Inflation, it might be higher now. Okay. You get way better brain development and like long-term earning outcomes for children that go from being malnourished and being nutrient deficient to getting multivitamin. Even if you spend $16 or $20 to get them that multivitamin, you will still generally produce more than $8 worth of value as represented by their increased earnings potential throughout their life because they're like better developed. Right, so the thing is that doing stuff like getting someone a multivitamin is so ungodly efficient anyways, that even though the charities are inefficient to some degree, or to whatever degree they are, it's really hard to overcome just putting in an early warning system for a tsunami saves fucking tons of lives. It's not that expensive to put a siren in place. Okay? And so, a lot of the interventions you can do are just incredibly efficient anyways. So even if the charity is super bad at doing them, it's really hard to have a worse ROI than spending it on sneakers. If you're thinking of it in utils. Oh. Capital's argument is that spending money on new shoes is not worse than donating to charity, potentially better. I mean, yeah. Effective altruism is obviously bullshit. I don't think it's obviously bullshit as much as I think that there's probably a lot of grifters. I think Sam Bankman-Fried was a grifter. It's maybe a little bit complicated, but I think that would be a fair label. Utils aren't real, they can't hurt me. That's right. We're getting into kind of this question, though. Utils aren't real, they can't hurt me. Well, one of the problems with utils is they don't really answer the question, what is good? Do they? They just say, whatever's good, get more of that. Which is not as objective as the utilitarians would like, because preferences change. And preferences mean context. And if there's context, then it can't be, like, universally true. And so, how do we determine in a society what we should view as moral and what we shouldn't? Aha, absolutist versus relativist ethics. Yeah, you can see where we're going here. And there's actually a thought experiment I think is the the singular thought experiment, I think, is one of two thought experiments that's like most morally important, maybe, let's say. And the other is the veil of ignorance. John Rawls. So this is you. And this is you not knowing who you are. Which is to say, when we're designing a set of understandings for, it's also called original position. When we're creating a set of understandings for how we should view what is moral, we should not get to operate from our own perspective, but instead we should operate from the perspective of not knowing which individual in society that we are going to be. And I think this is the point where you have to decide who is worthy of moral consideration. And some people earlier were kind of the opinion that people in third world countries' lives were worth less than people in their own country. Well, you have to decide with the veil of ignorance whether you include those people or not. And if you include those people, when you adopt the original position, you are going to roll a dice to determine your place in society. And you do not know where that dice will land. You could roll first world country, you could roll third world country. You could roll, good education, good parents, you could roll bad parents. You don't know where this dice is going to land. There's uncertainty regarding where your position in life will be. In philosophy, the original position is a hypothetical position from which members of society would consider which principles they would select for the basic structure of their society if they had no knowledge ahead of time regarding the position in which they would be occupying in the end in that society. So, you can, as your original position, if you're, let's say, from the United States, you could say you're adopting your moral, like, you're only rolling for people in the United States. And this is a way that you can cast it. But if you believe that morality is for all people, in my opinion, you should cast it for the 8 billion. The idea is having no such knowledge because this is behind a veil of ignorance represents a thought experiment that is often associated with the work of American philosopher John Rawls. The original position, the veil of ignorance, prevents everyone from knowing their ethnicity, social status, gender, and crucially in Rawls' foundation, their or anyone else's ideas of how to lead a good life. Ideally, this would force participants acting rationally to adopt an additional agreement on the principles of morality. So, okay, so I think one of the very clear examples. How should we represent slavery in terms of a drawing? Let's do a ball of chain. If you don't know whether or not you're going to be a slave in a society that practices slavery, boy oh boy does the practice of slavery start to not look very good anymore. And you could do this with a lot of things that are just principally where you have inequities. And so generally, when you adopt this position, or the original position, in my opinion, two things kind of come up. And that is, people like the ability to do stuff. So they like freedom. And they like what you get being a consequence of what you do. And so they like meritocracy. They don't like the idea that if you're born into a family that is only 1% of the population, that you get a majority of the power. And you can also look at this with how people view bets. People don't really like those types of bets. They would prefer a more equitable distribution of resources, just generally speaking. So you could even just say this as a lot of people also instead want equity. But the idea is that this is a rejection of nepotism. Christianity has some absolute ethics. Think of the commandments. Oh, I forgot to bring up the commandments in rules-based ethics. Yeah. We'll put a footnote to it. Back here. My rule is that everyone should speak English, otherwise I'm likely to be Chinese. And then I wouldn't speak the language, which is awkward. If you were born Chinese, you would probably speak Chinese. 我们很高兴. Might have mispronounced that a little bit. Okay. I do think... Yeah. I don't think there's really too much to say beyond this on the original position. He did call it the veil of ignorance. It had already been described by this guy and this guy. What? No. No. And then they say they adopted a utilitarian framework. Well, I learned it from the context of John Rawls. We are very happy. Yep. I don't know how to say very much in Chinese. This thought experiment is so crazy. It's so old. It's it's such a early, very progressive thought. Like before they invented the idea of empathy. What if you considered people of lower call than you actually people? Yeah, I mean, I think that, well, what we were getting when we were discussing what is it, Peter Singer's thought experiment, was a lot of people were just kind of like, oh, well, the people in your society are worth more than others, and if you were to choose the way people valued other people in society, and you were operating from a veil of ignorance, right, you would probably choose everyone equally. Are we designing a game? No, we're just talking about ethics. A critique of the veil is that you know nothing of yourself, then you're no longer yourself. It's psychologically impossible. I think that the idea, I mean, I think that the idea is it's a thought experiment. Not that it's something that you are procedurally actually able to... Like, this reminds me of a Mitch Hedberg joke, which is like, the salesman told me, forget everything you know about blind covers, so I did. And then he tried to sell me blind covers, and I had no idea what he was talking about. Or something like this. And, like, the point of the thought experiment isn't... the point of the thought experiment is to get you to occupy a different position, and then from that position, kind of make statements about things. And when you occupy the original position, you generally will view stuff like racism or race-based societal class as something that's bad, because low-rolling your race will generally cause you more pain in a stratified society that's stratified based on race than you will get pleasure from, like, high-rolling it. No. Appetite for risk, though? You might prefer a 50-50 chance at being the dominant gender, for example? That is true, but typically... yeah, it's not like universally all people look at it this way, but typically people want something that is more freedom and meritocracy oriented, but certainly not universal. And next we have Nicomachean and virtue ethics, which I think I am, of the three ethical systems, I'm probably the worst at unpacking this one. But in here, where's Aristotle? But it does throw back a little bit to a discussion we were having at the start of the stream, which was referring to Michael Foucault, and this notion of arete, which is the ancient Greek notion of good. And we could maybe use original position to decide what the rules should be and what good should be, but ethics takes a little bit of a different view. When you're looking at good, arete roughly translates to excellence. And so for Western thought, generally speaking, a lot of people just operate from the harm principle in terms of what's important, which is you can do whatever you want, but don't do harm to other people. And this is everything is moral, and you become immoral by causing harm to others. That was not how the ancient Greeks looked at morality. The word for moral goodness also meant just excellence. And for them, having virtue was important. And virtue was not simply the absence of bad things, but it was having positive quality traits that were seen as positive. Wait. So to be courageous was to be more virtuous. So to be cowardly was to be not just unattractive in some sort of way or deficient in terms of a skill, but it was to be morally bad. The big person who was kind of often used as an example in here is Aristotle. And I don't know if we'll have this here. We'll kind of read through here. I do see Aristotle's name down there. In virtue ethics, a virtue is a character disposition to think, feel, or act well in some domain of life, in contrast of vice. By the way, the word vicious comes from the word vice, if you didn't know that. Is a characteristic disposition to think, feel, and act poorly in some way of life. Virtues are not everyday habits, they are character traits. In a sense, they are central to someone's personality and who they are as a person. So your personality and who you are as a person, in a virtue ethics perspective, is actually more important than like what you've done. In early versions and some versions of virtue ethics, a virtue is defined as a character trait that promotes exhibit human flourishing well-being to the person who exhibits it. Some modern versions of virtue ethics do not define virtues in terms of flourishing, and some go as far as to define virtues as traits that tend to promote other good as defined independently of those virtues, thereby subsuming virtue ethics under or somehow merging it with consequentialist ethics, which we've talked about. To Aristotle, a virtue was not a skill that made you better. Was not a skill that made you better to achieve eudaimonia, but was itself an expression of eudaimonia. I think this is some notion of goodness, good spirit. Okay. But there are different versions of this. But I think it's important to note that for Aristotle, at least, we have a notion of the golden mean. And this is something that objectivist ethics would take issue with, but we have, you want to be courageous. But If you put it on too thick, you run the risk of being foolhardy. And if you don't do enough, you're a coward. For Aristotle, virtue meant operating within the golden mean. And that for every virtue, it could become a vice by having either not enough of it or having too much of it. So not enough, you're a coward. Too much of it, you're foolhardy. And that this can change from person to person. And so this means that this is something that is context-oriented and is not an objectivist ethics. And so we won't really get the answer of what is moral from this in an absolute sense. We want to have another point before this. Just as I was about to leave, I love virtue ethics, womp womp. I think Rawls posited that it is actually a tool to build a good society, like no longer a pure thought experiment. I mean, I think of it more as a tool, but I can't remember what Rawls said. It's been a while. Bill and Ted speaking to Socrates, being most excellent to others, dude. You know what's interesting about Socrates? Socrates believes that to know the good is to do the good. Which is kind of a fancy way of saying knowing makes one moral. But then there was an interesting study, and they found that moral philosophers were among the least moral profession, which is incredibly ironic and just shows that Socrates was wrong. And I think the idea here is that people who are good at moral philosophy are just get better at justifying their own actions rather than being moral themselves. And one of the reasons why is because they can very quickly identify justifications on a virtue basis, a utilitarian basis, or rules-based basis for their actions. So it's easier for them to justify, and then they can just bob and weave between different sorts of models as they need. You should get the NT-My Online extension for your browser. Super good for etymology. Aristotle operated in the golden mean rather than the golden mean. Objectively, what is bad / immoral? Well, you don't get the objectivist position here. Let's maybe... This is going to be kind of like a transition we want to make in just a second. So we'll put that on the back burner. But I wanted to emphasize Foucault and practice and problemizing behavior. Because I think that we can unpack a little bit more kind of what Aristotle might mean and what a virtue might mean. So, and this comes from the history of sexuality from Foucault. Let's maybe get a picture of Foucault up here. but he wrote a series called The History of Sexuality. And Foucault kind of points out that most Western notion of, and specifically he talks about the ethics of sexuality, and for ethics, as they are commonly interpreted in Western kind of moral philosophy as it relates to sexuality, or just everything in general, we're kind of operating from the harm principle and also viewing things in terms of sin or wrong action, which is that you can do things that would make you immoral. And there's not a sort of trying to strike a balance. But, so, for example, just being a slut or whatever is seen as being bad. Or, you know, depending on what century you're living in, like, I want to unpack some stuff, but I don't want to be specific. Generally speaking, there are taboo actions, sexually speaking, that if you will engage in them, you are seen as bad. But the way the ancient Greeks would process a lot of stuff is not based on what your individual actions are, but instead, rather, what your overall practice is. And what I mean by that is, the Greeks would say you should get it on more frequently in the winter months and less frequently in the summer months. And the reason for this is you're already hot in the summer, and so you should cool your loins. And then you are cold in the winter, so you should heat things up. And so in some sense, it's stylized. Like, relations between, and we will not unpack this to any really substantive degree, but relations between two men, for example, in modern society, depending on, you know, who you ask, might be problematized, right? A lot of people doing this on the basis of religion, rather. And so that's the way it worked for, like, the action in and of itself is what gets problematized if you engage in it at all. But for the ancient Greeks, they didn't have that issue because a lot of them were just bisexual. But they would problematize who's pitching and who's catching. So the way in which you undergo the action becomes important, where it was seen as, if you were the older guy, you should be the pitcher. And that if you were the younger guy, you should be the catcher. Have you read The Republic? Yes. Would I recommend it? Probably not. Generally speaking, philosophy-wise, I would recommend, like, introductions to philosophy more so than individual works, just, like, right off the bat, and then you can kind of get an idea for what you might be reading, rather than reading it itself. I'm not hyper enamored with Plato, but you can find a lot of ideas in Plato that are interesting. Studies of matriarchal tribes have shown that women have a higher aptitude for risk. Interesting. When a good person does a thing, that's a good thing. Kind of not so much for Western. All I remember is the old Greeks had to do it with young boys. Well, it's it makes the relationship between... It makes the relationship more clear. What the Greeks problematized catching, and so this put some men in an, like, inferior position and women in an inferior position. But I also can't... I'm constrained by the fact that this is on YouTube. I must speak in euphemism, but YouTube's censorship, where categorical things are you have a prohibition on discussion rather than the quality of the discussion itself is maybe an example of kind of how the West works, is just censorship in general, being broad strokes about entire topics, is emblematic of a kind of ethics where you're problematizing the thing in itself rather than the way in which it's done. So, this brings us kind of full circle a little bit to what is a chair. When we are trying to determine what's moral, with the Nicomachean ethics, one of the issues, or virtue ethics in general, is that it's going to be context dependent, not just what context you're in, but also, or this tends to get a bad rap in academic philosophy, as far as I could tell it, because it's not objective. And both deontology and consequentialism are trying to be objective. Like, you know for sure with the God's eye view whether or not a statement can be true or false. And so when we say the statement lying is wrong, we can evaluate this statement to be either be true or false. Let's maybe take a quick straw poll. See where people are at. We already discussed this earlier, but we will see what people think. And then we'll introduce a little bit more context. But what objective philosophy, or what objectivist attempts to do, is attempts to find propositional statements about morality and determine whether they are true or false. And also how we can determine whether they are true or false. We still don't know what's good, opposite of bad? Yeah. Foucault, did I spell it wrong? You reposted the shoe straw poll? No! Not like this. This is the shoe one. What is a shoe? Not like this. We got false. Immediate, but bam. I think we for the people who've been in stream a while, we may have poisoned the well on that one a little bit. Is the Ruin Your Shoes one Singer or Pinker? It's Singer. I'm less familiar with Pinker. Not that I'm like abundantly familiar with Singer. Singer kind of really only gets referenced for like one thing. But we see a lot of people saying it's false that lying is morally wrong. Which I was not expecting. That's interesting. See, I was expecting true, and then I sprinkle in some context, but my position would be that it's true, it's just not objectively true. And let's unpack that a little bit. For people who were present for What is a Chair, that discussion, for us to evaluate whether this is true or false in an objective way, we have to both know what it means to lie and what it means to be morally wrong. Now, we'll put a pin in being morally wrong, and we'll instead just look at lying. And one of the issues is that if we don't have a category for lie that includes all lies and excludes all non-lies in a proper way, then we actually can't evaluate whether this is true or false, because in an objective sense, we have to keep track of every member of things that could be a lie, because a single counterexample makes this entire thing false. If you're not operating in an objective sense, this can just be generally true. The morality of lying seems very contextual. I agree. But this would make you a relativist. Yeah. What about concealing birthday presents? That's a lie. So, let's talk about lying. So, we have, as you mentioned, white lies, or we have, surprises. Is a surprise birthday party, or something you say, or generally, in kind of an objectivist sense, this is kind of the definition we get for falsehood. Or for a lie. And this is not really a satisfactory definition. We went through a thought experiment of what is a chair. We won't do it again here. But one of the issues is it's really hard to actually give a definition for a chair that includes all chairs and excludes all non-chairs. And as we've seen, a surprise party, is that a lie? Well, often you need to tell something that's false in order to get this to work. So that would be a lie. From this. Is the surprise party morally wrong? What about a white lie? Does this dress make me look fat? Is that morally wrong to say... No, it doesn't. Incidentally, I think the does this dress make me look fat thing, this is an instance of, we talked about earlier, kind of compound actions. In some sense, does this dress make me look fat? This is either a compound question, or it's a question where the real question is concealed within the actual question. Does this make me look fat is not like an information-seeking question. It's a validation-seeking question. And so to address it as an information-seeking question is almost inappropriate. Because it's asking for a confirmation validation that this dress is good, or just asking for, hey, you look great, not actually asking if the dress makes me look fat. Right? So in that case, you're almost answering what is not really a question. But okay. I reject the question. Fair. Are harboring enemies of the state moral or immoral to lie? There is a definition for lie. That relies on prototype theory, which we're going to talk about considerably less than we did in our Is This a Chair discussion. But under this thing, if you think of a dog, if I say dog, you will generally think of not a definition for dog, but you will think of an actual dog. And then you will think something a dog to the extent that it resembles the thing in that category. And what this is that you have in your mind a prototypical understanding of a dog, and to whatever degree things represent that or are similar to that, you will think of them as dogs. And there are 3 prototypical features that are important for lying. There are 3 features that are important for lying. To the degree which a lie contains these things, something will be a lie. So the first is that it's false. This, incidentally, is actually the least important thing. The second is that you know it's false. If I inform someone of something, and I didn't know, it's often inappropriate for them to get upset with me. And the third is the intention to deceive. And this is actually the most important one. And so, in the case of the surprise party, your intention isn't to deceive. Your intention is to have a party, have a pleasant surprise. In the case of the white lie, where you say, hey, that dress doesn't make you look fat, the intention's not to deceive. It's to give validation, right? Something is a lie to the extent that it has these features. Or the best example of a lie is when you know something is false, it is false, and you're intending to deceive. But there's a lot of stuff where there's a little bit of gray. And in particular, we can have these two also without having the false thing. It's a little bit easier just to have just intention to deceive. I'm sure there's an example where we can know it's false without it actually being false, but putting that on the shelf for a moment, let's say I'm at a cocktail party. Let's say it's even the Catalina wine mixer. And my mother's there. And my mother has a different last name than me. Okay? And let's say I use her as a reference in an interview or this type of thing. And someone comes up to me and says, oh, do you know Generalist's mom? And I respond, knowing that I used her as a reference, or they ask, how do you know Generalist's mom? And I used her as a reference, trying to bob and weave. I know that if it's recognized that she's my mom, her reference or her glowing recommendation of me will not be seen in as positive a light. And so what I can do is, I can say, oh, I've known her for 3 months. Now, I assure you, it is true that I have known my mother for 3 months. I have definitely known her for 3 months. This is not a false statement. But the only reason I would ever say it like that is if my intention was to deceive, specifically the relationship between us, that she is my mother, and I'm trying to conceal this for the purposes of getting a better shot at the job. Right? For me, even though I'm not saying that something that's false, this is kind of a lie. This is not the best example of a lie. There's better examples of a lie. But them getting upset with me is entirely appropriate because I intended to deceive. Understanding lying is about understanding pragmatic language. Not knowing when it is and is not appropriate to lie is a failure, not of ethics, but of language development. I mean, I think both can be the case. Okay, but put back the enemy of the state part. Are you harboring enemies of the state? Okay, so we have these 3 conditions for lie. But they're prototypical conditions. If someone says, did you eat the last cookie? And I did eat the last cookie. And I say, no, I did not eat the last cookie. That is a prototypical lie because it has all three conditions. It's false, I know it's false, and I'm intending to deceive them. Intention to party overrides a lot of other moral imperatives. Yeah, but the... even if you have good intentions, in some cases that's not enough. I think intention... You could separate deceive from intention, I guess, if you wanted to. But we have this category now of lie, but the issue is that it is a radial category, and there are better examples of lie or not. And that means membership within the category of lie is not a discrete boundary, but rather a fuzzy one. And we can't answer in an absolutist true-false sense whether or not lying is true. However, I think you can answer whether lying is wrong. I think you can answer this question. It's just not in an absolute sense. And I also think it's wrong. I think it is true that lying is morally wrong. But that context is relevant here. Let's update our outline a little bit. Oh, did we misspell? Yeah. I before E. I'm notoriously an awful speller. I actually, through a lot of my philosophy, there was a word that was... I misspelled necessary a lot, which was really bad doing that on Blue Books as, like, a philosophy major, because you use the word necessary a lot, but I fucked it up a lot. But the broader implication of all this is that we can't know a true moral system in an objective sense. Which is in itself an objective... I understand the irony, because that's like a categorical, objective type of thing. But then we have the many-headed beast of relativism. Now, I think that this word is often used as a pejorative, so I'll generally avoid using it. But in the academic parlance, that is what this is the belief that you cannot know true-false in regards to, in the case of moral relativism, moral statements. In the context we're kind of discussing it, if we think that you can't have discrete categories of things because of objections related to categories, because they use prototypical conditions rather than necessary and sufficient conditions, which is what you need for being able to say lying is morally wrong in an objective sense. Oh, I lost my train of thought. if you're using prototypical conditions and you think in general that using such conditions means that you can't have objective knowledge in a general sense, then it tacks on that you also can't have it in a moral sense. Right? So this is not an objective, or not a relativism born out of moral commitments, but it is an it's not a relativism born out of like moral commitments. It's a relativism that is born out of metaphysical commitments regarding, or epistemological commitments. Epistemology is the study of knowledge regarding what you can and can't know in a true or false sense. First rule of ethics I learned when doing my degree in theology was simply to know that everyone disagrees with you. Yeah, womp womp. But generally, people use moral relativist as a pejorative. So technically, this is the term for it. I would just describe what you're saying if you occupy this position rather than actually saying relativist. Because when people hear moral relativism, what they think you're saying is that anything goes and all things are good. And this is not usually what people mean when they say moral relativist in an academic sense. And so you miscommunicate. And the entire point of communication is getting the other person to understand what you're trying to say. So using this word doesn't make sense. But I am of the position that you can kind of determine consistency with one's own morals. You can kind of figure this out, whether or not someone is being consistent with what they think is good. If you can't determine a moral system that is good in an objective sense, one of the issues is we don't know if our moral system is better than this society's or that society's or this one's. But within system, you can kind of know whether or not someone is operating in a way that is consistent with their own system. And another way of we hate hypocrisy. I think, I know I misspelled that. We're going to spell check it. I think that hypocrisy, a dislike of this, is actually pretty or relatively universalized across societies. Generally, multiple societies hate traitors and they hate hypocrites. Moral relativism was invented for CK3 dynastic eugenics program play. Big true. Can't escape the matrix. Can't know anything. Epistemology is cooked. The moral absolutist, religious people. Not all religious people are moral absolutists. I have done a very hard PR campaign against the word moral relativism. This is true. The opposite is also true, to prop up bad ideologies. What? Are you saying non-religious people propping up stuff? Yeah, I mean, bad stuff gets propped up. It's not that specific, though. But okay. We're gonna go back to true in a capital T sense. We're gonna go back to kind of one of our early ones. We could either reshare this or rerun it. I think we'll rerun it. And the question is after we've kind of said and done quite a bit about moral philosophy and had some thoughts, some considerations, we're going to see how people feel about this question. If your father commits murder, do you report him to the authorities? And same kind of context, which is that The nature of the question is such that the murder is unjustified, is a slaying of another person. If your father commits a murder, do you report him to authorities? And we're doing this because we're about to enter in to talking about different societies and different values. And let's see what people are up to. We can also kind of like put in the chamber some other things. But this is, to some extent, the question of loyalty to either family or the state / broader society. My context is I know my father's a bad person. If you actively dislike your father, then substitute it for a family member you like. The context of the thought experiment is that you have loyalty to this person in a way that is familial. What's the argument for not reporting him? Blind love? Because he's your dad, dude. That's the argument. I personally report my father. I don't like my father, but I would report my mother, too. What if you knew your government were bad people, then? More complicated. Let's assume the government isn't bad people, for the sake of the thought experiment. We get kind of close to 50-50. We have this other permutation of kind of the same question. But I think that there's a meaningful distinction in them, so we'll ask this one. We'll rerun this one too. Which is, if there was a letter reporting your father for murder, would you destroy the letter? Which, this one had a slightly more polarized kind of response. But it's also a little bit similar. You can feel free to... We'll also return to looking at the results of the other one as well, if you want to keep voting on this. But if there was a letter reporting your father for murder, would you destroy the letter? Filial piety, bruh? Yeah. Come on, man. It's called filial piety, sweetie. Look it up. I had to put no because I couldn't definitively say without context of who murdered, why, and the authorities he'd be given to. That's fair enough. For an unjustified murder, yeah, the context where it's being called murder rather than killing is one where it's he would not be legally justified. But let's see the results for this. So, would you destroy the letter? We get a resounding amount of no's so far. Unanimous decision. Would not destroy the letter. It's called filial piety, sweetie. Look it up. The letter one is a little bit off. Plausible deniability. Let's say you will never be caught for destroying the letter. You cannot be caught for destroying the letter. And let's say for this one you also cannot be charged with, like, aiding and abetting or something. I don't want there to be, like, a distinction between the two on the basis of potential legal trouble you can get into. But I'll also put no for destroying letters, since it's assumed I've now intercepted it. I could interrogate him on the letter's contents. You can, but that's kind of rejecting the thought experiment. You want to, like, view the thought experiment generally in a little bit more of an isolated thing. Because often there's a solution that is preferable to most thought experiments that isn't one of the options you've been given. Like, you got 5 people on a boat and only food enough for 4. What do? When you say, oh, we just catch some fish and then we have food for 5 people, you're kind of rejecting the idea, which is to force you to decide between the things. Oh, then yes on the letter, so we will have one additional yes on the letter. But I think this is kind of an important distinction. Or to me, this is an important distinction in the sense that one of these is an act of commission. Reporting is something you do. And not destroying the letter is something you don't do. They have the same consequence, and so intuitively, this implies to me that people are a little bit more rules-based in terms of answering this question. Because fundamentally, both of these have the same consequence. In theory, if everyone was full utilitarian, these two things would be the perfect inverse of each other, where the same people who would report the dad to authorities would also not destroy the letter, and the people who wouldn't report their father to authorities also would destroy the letter. Human centipede on a boat, not like this. But, okay. I think a question that is worth pondering is, does it matter what society we're in? Whether or not this is moral or not. And I think the answer is, when judging someone's morality, how they answer this, the context of what society they're from, matters. Which makes me uncomfortable, because I wish it didn't. But we have a study that is like 5 pages, and I haven't read through it in some time, so I think we're going to read through it on stream. But that is large-scale psychological differences within China explained by rice versus wheat agriculture. And what the main idea of the study is that they actually discovered that the type of crops that get used was a very strong determinant of whether people would be communally oriented or whether they would be individualistic. To put in the context of kind of these polls here, if you're more communally oriented, you would be less likely to report your father for murder, and more likely to destroy the letter to protect him. And I found it very fascinating that this was determined based on the type of agriculture, and one of the underlying reasons for that is that in order to grow rice requires complex irrigation where there's a big collaborative effort amongst multiple people within a village. It requires like hundreds of people to do the irrigation for terrace farming and this type of thing. For wheat, it's a lot less oriented in that sort of way. And so you have societies that grow up or that grow within different contexts informed by how they get food, or also their day-to-day life. The rice versus wheat theory of humanity. And also, importantly, this is within China. This is not like East versus West, but the extrapolation's often like an East versus West thing. Just the point is that by doing it within China, you avoid confounding variables, right? And by the way, this divide, I think, this is where the Yellow River goes. Basically, I think this is where the Yellow River is. No, this is the Yellow River. But as you move north of the Yellow River, the soil gets better for wheat, and so that's why they grow wheat up there. But also, raiding, I think, was somewhat informed some of this. Fisherman versus farmer ethics. Yeah, this type of thing. Utilitarianism needs to deal with Harold, who's genetic aberration, who enjoys things 1,000 times more intensely than the average person. They do have to deal with Harold. They would have to deal with Harold. I would put this up to Confucianism, but maybe this is the effect of rice farming, cause. I would think so as well. I think that it informs the underlying philosophies. Because, as we'll read in just a second, the effect is quite strong. But I also don't remember all my stats stuff, so you'll have to bear with me as I try and figure it out. How do we get a hype train? Wait, what? Urclon, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Okay. So, cross-cultural, we're going to read through it. Cross-cultural psychologists have mostly contrasted East Asia with the West. However, this study shows that there are major psychological differences within China. We propose a history of farming rice that makes cultures more independent. We propose that a history of farming rice makes cultures more interdependent, whereas farming wheat makes cultures more independent, and that these agricultural legacies continue to affect people in the modern world. We tested 1,162 Han Chinese participants in 6 states and found that rice-growing southern China is more interdependent and holistic thinking than the wheat-growing south. To control for confounds like climate, we tested people from neighboring countries also along the rice-wheat border and found differences were just as large. We also find that modernization and pathogen prevalence theories do not fit the data. So, over the past 20 years, psychologists have cataloged the long differences between East and West. Western cultures is more individualistic and analytic thinking, whereas Eastern cultures is more interdependent and holistic thinking. Should we pull up an example? Maybe not. Analytic thinking uses abstract categories and formal reasoning, such as logical laws of non-contradiction. If A is true, then not A is false. Or some of the propositional logic we've kind of even seen already. Holistic thought is more intuitive and sometimes embraces contradiction. Both A and not A can be true. Even though psychology has cataloged a long list of East and Western differences, it lacks an accepted explanation of what causes the difference. Building on subsistence style theory, we offer rice theory of culture and compare it with the modernization hypothesis and more recent pathogen prevalence theory. The modernization hypothesis argues that as societies become wealthier, more educated, and capitalistic, they become more individualistic and analytical. This is definitely a Western view. World value surveys and studies on indigenous minds' transition to market economy have some support with modernization theories, a hypothesis. But the theory is difficult explaining why Japan, Korea, and Hong Kong are all persistently collective despite GDP per capita gross domestic product higher than that of the European Union. The pathogen prevalence theory argues that a high prevalence of communicable diseases in some countries make it dangerous to deal with strangers, making those cultures more insular and collectivistic. Studies have found that historical pathogen prevalence correlates with collectivism and lower openness to experience. However, pathogens are strongly correlated with heat, which is an interesting thing. Because rice grows in hot areas, pathogens may be confounded with rice, possibly something that prior research did not control for. The more labor a crop to grow in an area, the more communal the people are, essentially. It's not like directly how much labor it is, it's how much you have to organize multiple people to engage in that labor. You have to have a lot of people work together for rice. The rice theory is an extension of subsistence style theory, which argues that some forms of subsistence, such as farming, require more functional interdependence than other forms, such as herding. At the same time, ecology narrows the type of subsistence. Actually, maybe we should poll whether we want to read through this. Are you guys enjoying reading through this? There's only 5 pages, basically. So it's not very long. But we can also cut to the chase. At the same time, ecology narrows the types of subsistence that's possible. For example, paddy rice requires a significant amount of water. Over time, societies that have to cooperate intensively become more interdependent, whereas societies that don't have to depend on each other as much become more individualistic. In the past, most subsistence research has compared herders to farmers, arguing that the independence and mobility of herding makes herding cultures more individualistic, and that stability and high labor demands of farming make farming more collectivistic. We argue that subsistence theory is incomplete because it lumps all farming together. 2 of the most common subsistence crops, rice and wheat, are very different, and we argue that they have different cultures. So Mongols seems very communal though, right? Well, Mongols would be herders, more individualistic. I find the ideas interesting. That's an interesting suggestion. The difference between collective action and labor intensity. I assumed they were one and the same, but maybe that's not quite true. Well, like, if you have to do a lot of stuff on your own farm, but you don't have to help everyone else, you don't have to work together to create a massive irrigation system. Because terrace farming, like, the water flows downhill. Everyone has to work together to make sure the water flows properly, and that everyone gets an adequate amount of water. And this requires large-scale efforts in some of the seasons, and generally you also do staggered harvests. Whereas wheat, everyone will harvest their own field. My understanding is with rice, people will work together to harvest one paddy, then they'll work together to harvest another paddy, and so on and so forth. Right, so you have to interact more with other people around you, not just your own family. The two biggest differences between farming rice and wheat are irrigation and labor. Here, we're getting to it. Because rice paddies need standing water, people in rice regions build elaborate irrigation systems that require farmers to cooperate. In irrigation networks, one's family water use can affect the neighbors, so rice farmers have to coordinate their water use. Irrigation networks also require many hours each year to build, dredge, and drain, a burden that often falls on villages, not isolated individuals. Mongols are communal though, right? I don't think that Mongols are that communal. But I don't have a like study or data set or anything like this in reference to Mongolian people in modern times or anything like this, so I don't really know. I'm inferring that based on what I know about herding, which is that honor societies tend to be more individualistic, and herding societies tend to be honor societies. Paddy rice also requires an extraordinary amount of work. Agricultural anthropologists visiting pre-modern China observed a number of hours farmer worked and found that growing rice paddy required twice as many hours as wheat. The difference in man hours was not a difference only noticeable to scientists. Medieval Chinese people grew both wheat and rice and were aware of the huge labor difference between the two. A Chinese farming guide in the 1600s advised people, if one is short of labor power, best to grow wheat. Quoted in A Chinese anthropologist in the 1930s concluded that a husband and wife should not be able to farm a large enough plot of rice to support the family if it relied on their own labor. Strictly self-reliance might have meant starvation. In the case of rice. I find it funny that Sweden is incredibly individualistic while having extreme groupthink and conformity standards. I don't know that much about Sweden. Either how they got food historically, and this type of thing. I don't know. I don't know to what extent Swedish people have a history of raiding as a primary means of acquiring foodstuffs or growth of food or fishing or this type of thing. Yeah. Still Irish terms, not like this. To deal with the massive labor requirements, farmers in rice villages from India to Malaysia and Japan form cooperative labor exchanges. Farmers also coordinate their planting dates so that different families harvest at different times of the year to help with each other's fields. Man, I feel so smart having remembered a lot of this. These labor exchanges because this has been a while since I've read this. The labor exchanges are the most common during the transplanting and harvesting, which need to be done in a short window of time, creating an urgent need for labor. In economic terms, paddy rice makes cooperation more valuable. This encourages rice farmers to cooperate intensively, form tight relationships based on reciprocity, and avoid behaviors that create conflict. In comparison, wheat is easier to grow. Wheat doesn't need to be irrigated, so wheat farmers can rely on rainfall, which do not need to coordinate with their neighbors. Planting and harvesting wheat certainly takes work, but only about half as much as rice. The lighter burden means farmers can look after their own plots without relying as much on neighbors. One point of clarification about the rice theory is that it applies to rice regions, not just the people farming rice. It is a safe bet that none of our 1,000 participants have actually farmed rice or wheat for a living. This is a funny sentence. Instead, the theory is that cultures that farm rice and wheat over thousands of years pass on rice or wheat cultures even after most people put down their plows. Simply, you don't need to farm rice yourself to inherit rice culture. And here they have a bunch of p-values and this type of stuff. And I think that we can kind of parse through some of this stuff. I forget what all this stuff stands for, though. I don't remember which one of these is the correlation between the two. But we do have some interesting things where, if I remember correctly, I think it might be the B value is showing the relationship between the two. But if I remember correctly, holistic thought was more informed by rice than anything else, including per capita GDP and pathogens, site, and gender, and was also implicit individualism and loyalty nepotism linear models for rice, GDP per capita, etc. If I recall correctly, they would score lower on implicit individualism and higher. I don't know if this is the SE value. God, I wish I knew. Of loyalty nepotism. But, to kind of reference back to, if your father commits murder, do you report it to the authorities? Question. If you grew up in a rice society, you are more likely to not report your father or actively destroy the letter. Is kind of a point that I'm getting at here, in terms of our overall discussion. SE standard era? That makes sense. I know, like, p-value has to do with, like, certainty, and you want over, I think you want under 0.05, ideally. Small, more accurate B. B is the correlation, where it's -1 to 1. In that case, we see a strong correlation here between rice. What's getting me is that there are multiple B values, which I don't understand why. But we see not a good correlation between implicit nepotism or implicit individualism, but loyalty nepotism. A bigger score on rice. Divorce and invention rate regression models for rice, GDP per capita, and pathogens. You're less likely to divorce in a communal society, and also less likely to have inventions. We propose that the rice theory can partially explain East-West differences. Prior subsistence theory cannot fully explain East and Western differences because it focuses on herding versus farming, which is not the main East-West difference. Several regions in the West herd, such as parts of Scotland and Switzerland, but the bulk majority of European historically farmed wheat and similarly grown crops such as barley. Instead, rice-wheat is the main East-West difference, and psychologists have not studied it. The easiest way to test whether rice and wheat lead to different cultures is to show that rice areas, East Asia, are interdependent and that wheat areas, the West, are independent. But that logic's obviously flawed. We cannot just compare East and West because they differ on many factors besides rice and wheat, religion, politics, technology, to name a few. A more convincing test would be to take a country that has shared historical, government, language, and religion, but farms rice in some areas and wheat in others. In China is a natural test case. Han China is a fitting natural test because it has traditionally grown both rice and wheat, but is more ethnically and politically unified than, say, Europe or sub-Saharan Africa. China is over 90% Han Chinese, and the same dynasties have ruled over the white rice and wheat cores, as well as allowed car outsides for the past few thousand years, which controls for some major variables that confound east-west comparisons. Within China, the Yangtze splits the wheat growing north from the rice growing south, figure 1. I guess that was my understanding, but then, like, I looked at this and I thought that this was the Yangtze River. I guess this is an entire region where north of this they're doing wheat and south of it they're doing rice. Okay. For generations, northern China has grown wheat and southern China has grown rice. Of course, the two regions can never be 100% equivalent. There are differences such as climate and spoken dialects between the north and the south. To rule out these smaller differences, we report additional analysis which compare people from the neighboring countries along the rice-wheat border. We have 3 predictions. The 3 theories that make different predictions about which parts of China should be the most interdependent. First, the modernization hypothesis predicts that the least developed provinces should be the most interdependent. Development has been uneven in China, particularly since late 70s, since Deng Xiaoping has made several areas along the southeast coast special economic zones open to foreign trade. This policy has given the southeastern provinces, such like Guangdong, GDP per capita about 3.5 times that of the interior provinces, like Guizhou. This is roughly the ratio difference between the United States and Kazakhstan. Thus, modernization would predict the highest collectivism in China in the least developed interior provinces. Second, pathogen prevalence theory predicts gradual rise in interdependence from north to south because pathogens gradually rise along with temperatures. Among Chinese provinces, overall pathogen rates and latitude are correlated. Further, pathogen rate theory would predict the highest interdependence between the Southwest, which has the highest infectious disease death. Yellow is northern, Yangtze is the middle one. Okay. I really thought the divide was further north than... I thought the divide was on the Yellow River. I'm just, like, getting things confused. Okay. Yeah, the Yangtze is the one with, like, the 3 gorges and stuff. Third, rice theory predicts the highest interdependence between south and east. Unlike pathogens, rice is not the highest in the southernmost provinces. Instead, it's concentrated in the east around Shanghai, which has flat floodplains ideal for growing rice. The rice theory also predicts a sharp divide along the rice-wheat border, which is differentiated from a gradual rise of pathogens with climate. To measure the prevalence of rice farming, we used a statistical yearbook data on the percentage of cultivated land in each province devoted to rice paddies. Because some rice growth is grown with less labor on dry land without paddies, we use statistics on rice paddies rather than rice output, because we wanted to assess the crop that different regions farmed traditionally, rather than figures affected by recent advances in irrigation and mechanization. We use rice statistics from 1996, the earliest available from the Bureau of Statistics website. To test the modernization hypothesis, we collected GDP per capita data for each province from the same year. To measure pre-contemporary disease prevalence, we used the earliest study we could find with disease rates in different provinces. Because the 76 study did not cover 10 provinces, we also collected recent statistics. This increased the sample by 4 provinces. Both sources gave a similar picture. The highest disease in the south and the highest in the southwest. Maybe we skip sample and go to results. They are going to describe the procedure by which they gather the various sample size and control for other things. Let's kind of just go around some of these highlights a little bit. We tested the modern hypothesis by testing... By the way, these are not my annotations. We tested the modern hypothesis by testing whether people from provinces with lower GDP per capita thought more holistically. People from richer provinces actually thought more holistically. So the modernization hypothesis does not seem to be that strong, and that's a good p-value too. So If I recall correctly, if the p-value is over 0.03, then you can be pretty confident of the thing. That's what P stands for. It stands for pretty confident, except it doesn't. Then we tested the pathogen prevalence theory by testing whether provinces with a higher rate of disease thought more holistically. Provinces with higher rate of disease actually thought less holistically. Okay. When we are controlling for the other things. The rice theory was the only model that fit the data. People from provinces with higher percentage farmland devoted to rice paddies thought more holistically. And here we have, so this is the correlation, 0.56, so that's like a 56% correlation. Here the correlation's negative 22%, or that's not in. So it's not, oh, we don't have the SE value for these in the thing? Okay. They talk about some differences for getting a good sample. Pretty confident in my P hacking skills, yeah. Can we get a slight zoom in? Yes. People from the rice side of the border thought more holistically than people from the wheat side of the border. To compare the border size effect with size for rice and wheat in all of China, we compared the categorical rice-wheat variable. The sizes were similar on the rice-wheat border. For comparisons, wheat provinces are defined throughout as less than 50% farmland devoted to rice paddies. Rice provinces greater than 50%. To test whether the findings generalized beyond thought style, we tested 2 subsamples on measures previously used for Eastern-Western preferences. The first was a sociogram task, in which participants drew a diagram of their social network with circles to represent themselves and friends. Researchers measure how large participants drew themselves versus how large they drew their friends in order to get an implicit measure of individualism or self-inflation. A prior study found that Americans draw themselves about 6 millimeters bigger than they draw others, Europeans draw themselves 3.5 millimeters bigger, and Japanese people draw themselves smaller. People from rice provinces were more likely than people from wheat provinces to draw themselves smaller than they drew their friends. On average, people from wheat provinces self-inflated 1.55 millimeters, closer to Europeans, and people from rice provinces self-inflated minus 0.03, similar to Japanese. Pathogen prevalence did not predict self-inflation on the sociogram task. Okay. What was the other variable that does the modern hypothesis test this? I guess they're omitting that. Second measure was loyalty and nepotism task, which measures whether people draw sharp distinctions between how they treat friends and strangers. So, to kind of reference our discussion here, do you report your father to the authorities, or would you destroy a letter reporting them? One defining feature of a collectivist culture is that they draw sharp distinctions between friends and strangers. A previously studied measure this by having people imagine going into a business deal with 1, an honest friend, 2, a dishonest friend, an honest stranger, or a dishonest stranger. In the stories, the friend or the stranger's lies cause the participants to lose money in the business deal, and the honesty causes the participants to make more money. In each case, participants have the chance to use their own money to reward or punish the other person. In the original study, they found that Singaporeans rewarded their friends much more than they punished them, which could be seen as positively loyalty or negatively as nepotism. I actually think that this is kind of like an important distinction. This, like, to some degree, harkens back to our discussion with Aristotle, which is that he had the virtue ethics, right? Where we would have a spectrum, and we would be looking for the golden mean in the middle, and let's say if you don't have enough of the sauce, you're a coward, and in the middle you're brave, And at the edge, you're foolhardy, right? To some degree, this reminds me of that, where there is a kind of structure of we could regard something as fair, something as loyal. Oh no, wait. This doesn't quite work. It kind of works. We could have something be loyal, fair, and nepotistic. I think that this isn't necessarily a model I would accept. I think in general, when people like the action, they call it loyalty, and when they dislike it, they call it nepotism. These proxy tasks are wild. There's two sides of the coin for sure. Yeah. So for me, this was a very important and interesting discussion. That after I read this initially when I was in college, I started to think a lot less of like loyalty as an important characteristic. Or started thinking of one that's almost actively bad. Americans were much more likely than Singaporeans to punish their friends for bad behavior. We predicted that people from the rice areas would be less likely to punish their friends than people from wheat areas, which makes sense if you have a legacy of needing to go along to get along with your neighbors because you are dependent on everyone in the village. Using psych knowledge with your way, manipulative versus good with people, yeah. What was your degree in, by the way? Philosophy. But I'm like one or two gen ed classes away from having a minor, or not a minor, sorry, an associate's degree in economics, psychology, business. I think just those three. Maybe there was a fourth one. I switched majors several times. We computed loyalty, nepotism. One of the things I think that was really valuable is like psych forcing you to like interact with statistics. Like I think that philosophy doesn't force you to interact with like hard data and statistics at all is like a drag. Hence generalist. Yep, exactly. I almost like major minored or like double majored, but yeah. If live simply to play EU5 just to stack green modifiers. My degree was in history and philosophy, and I work with tech and AI. I imagine the philosophy degree is very interesting with the AI stuff. I did 2 years of economics in Shenzhen, then COVID hit. Economics is required material, IMO. I think that for economics, also like game theory was like pretty significant for texturing the way I see the world. I couldn't imagine like not having the multidisciplinary tools. Like I really think that any one discipline on its own, you get so much from synthesis. But we computed loyalty and nepotism, the amount rewarded their friend, minus the amount that they punished their friend. People from rice provinces were more likely to show loyalty, nepotism in their treatment. Were more likely to show loyalty, nepotism in their treatment of strangers. People from rice wheat provinces did not differ. Pathogen prevalence was not related to loyalty / nepotism. Okay. GDP per capita did not predict loyalty, nepotism. In short, the results consistently showed that participants from rice cultures are more holistically thinking, interdependent, and loyal/nepotistic than participants from wheat provinces. However, one weakness of these studies is that the participants were all college students. Womp womp, the weakness of every study. To test whether cultural differences extend beyond college students, we gathered provincial statistics from variables that have been linked to collectivism and analytic thought, divorce rates, and patents for new inventions. A prior study showed that individualistic countries have significantly higher divorce rates, even controlling for GDP. Rice culture emphasis on avoiding conflict and preserving relationships makes people from rice cultures less willing to get divorced. We collected divorce statistics from the same statistical book of farming statistics. In China, modernization did predict divorce. Wealthier provinces had more divorce. Adding rice model explained even more variation in the divorce rates, with rice provinces having lower divorce rates. Pathogen prevalence did not predict divorce. In 1996, wheat provinces had a 50% higher divorce rate than in rice provinces. That's crazy, considering they are no longer growing rice and wheat anymore. You no longer have, like, an enormous share of the population growing rice and wheat. They're still obviously growing rice and wheat there. But I think a lot of this is a legacy of this on the culture. Although divorce rates have almost doubled in the past 15 years, raw divorce gap between rice and wheat statistics remain the same in 2000 and 2010. We also analyzed the number of successful patents for new inventions in each of the provinces because research has showed that analytic thinkers are better measure of creativity and thinking of novel uses for ordinary objects. Within the United States, immigration from individualistic cultures hold more patents for inventions. We controlled for GDP per capita because wealthier provinces had more patents. Rice provinces had fewer successful patents for new inventions than wheat provinces. Pathogen prevalence did not predict patents. Wheat provinces had 30% more patents for provinces than rice provinces. The difference persisted with the statistics from 2000 and 2010. I feel AI changed a lot upside down with questions and so on. Lack of synthesis is why there's always arguments between history and archaeology departments, in my personal experience. That's why there's always loud car outside. Currently jumping back and forth between psych and philosophy, the departments shit-talk each other and have poor understanding of the other's field. Yep. I mean, philosophy... I think philosophy probably gets ripped on more than any other, but philosophy, like... Basically, if something can become a hard science, it does, and if it can't, it stays in philosophy. So philosophy is like the study of unanswerable questions. Oh, sorry, but not the 2010 statistics. You're right. Okay. This study shows that rice and wheat regions have different cultures. China's rice regions have several makers of East Asian culture, more holistic thought, more independent self-construals, and lower divorce rates. The wheat growing north looked more culturally similar to the West, with analytic thought, individualism, and divorce. Furthermore, Table 4 presents an instrumental variable regression showing the climactic suitability for rice. Oh, is that what's going on here? Is a regression? I used to know how to read all this shit, and now I don't. I should relearn this. I just don't read studies often enough. Or I read, like, abstracts, but not actual studies. As much as I used to. How large are these differences compared to East-West differences? We compare the results on our main task, cultural thought style, in our China and prior US sample. An East-West categorical variable had an effect of B equals 0.78. In Chinese data, the categorical rice-wheat variable suggests B equals 0.38. This suggests that rice versus wheat can explain a portion of the variance in the style of East versus West, but not all of it. It should also be noted that psychologists have found holistic thought in parts of the world beyond East Asia, which suggests that holistic thought is not just an East-West difference. Modernization predicted divorce and patents, but why did it fail to predict the other differences? In China, modernization seems to have changed customs such as divorce, but perhaps parts of the culture and thought change are more resistant to change. Or perhaps modernization simply takes more generations to change cultural independence and thought style. However, most of our participants were born after China's reform and opening, which started in 78. Furthermore, Japan, South Korea, and Hong Kong modernized much earlier than China, but they still score less individualistic on international studies of culture than their wealth would predict. The rice theory can explain why East Asia's strangely persistent interdependence. China has a split rice-wheat split, but Japan and South Korea are complete rice cultures. Most of China's wheat provinces devote less than 20% farmland to rice paddies. None of Japan's 9 regions or South Korea's 16 regions had that little rice, except for the outlying islands. Japan and South Korea's rice legacies can explain why they are still much less individualistic than their similarly wealthy countries. The study focuses on East Asia, but rice theory also makes predictions about other parts of the world. For example, India has a large rice wheat split. Indonesia and parts of West Africa also traditionally farmed rice. The loud car is outside. We should find cultural differences there as well. There are still unresolved questions with the rice theory. For example, studies contest whether irrigation is central to the effect of rice, comparing paddy with dryland rice cultures, which grow rice without irrigation. Studies can also explore how rice differences persist in the modern world, whether through values, institutions, or mechanisms. There's also the question of how long rice culture will persist after a majority of people start farming rice. There is evidence in the U.S. regions settled by, and this was one that I found very interesting point, U.S. regions settled by Scottish and Irish herders have higher rates of violence, even though most locals have stopped herding long ago. This is an example of how subsistence style can shape a culture long after people have stopped relying on subsistence style. In the case of China, only time will tell. Psychologists, economists, and anthropologists have studied the effects of subsistence style and irrigation. This study extends that work using psychological measures to test the differing results from rice and wheat culture. The rice theory provides a theoretical framework that might explain why East Asia is less individualistic than it should be based on its wealth. Finally, rice theory can explain large cultural differences within China, etc. Should we make a mod where rice RGO gives you communal drift? Hell yeah, dude. Sign me up. But we have we had a rejoinder and then we had this rice versus wheat study. And so, if you are from a society that is more communal, I think it's possible that you reporting your father to authorities could be considered immoral. And if you are from a society that's more individualistic, failing to report could be seen as immoral. And in my mind, it's this consistency that is important. If you can't determine what is objectively moral, then you can at least kind of determine what a society thinks, and then the degree to which they are honoring that. And speaking of honor, we have this notion of honor cultures. And these tend to rise out of cultures and societies that are nomadic in nature. And engage in herding. Although we have reference to it in southern United States, I'm not entirely sure. This doesn't also apply to the Mongols. If we kind of accept the premise here that the way you acquire food as a society informs your culture in a long-term sort of way, if you're in a society where you are herding, if you're in a centralized society where you have agriculture, everything is tied down to the earth, right? Your farm is where it is. You can't just pick it up and leave. And so what you tend to get is centralized authorities for disciplinary action, right? A constable, Someone is responsible for keeping harmony, punishment, this type of thing. But if you can just pick up and leave with your wealth, that is, if you have a herd, then you actually have to be the arbiter of your own justice, right? You can't rely on a secondary type of system. And so I would expect that honor cultures, in general, have to take slights very seriously and also would be more polite. And we see this in the instance of United States. So let's take a look. The traditional culture of southern United States has been called a culture of honor. That is a culture where people avoid intentionally offending others and maintain a reputation for not accepting improper conduct by others. If you are engaged in, if you're a nomadic person and you have a herd and this type of thing, it being clear to others that they cannot take your herd is really, really important and valuable. And also, you not appearing threatening to others is very, very important. Because if they are the people who engage in their own enforcement of not even laws, because there aren't laws, but enforcement of like mores and this type of thing, you really want to avoid making people upset at you, because if the response is killing you in order to avoid being seen as accepting improper conduct as others, then you really don't want to give improper conduct, if this makes sense. A theory as to why the American South has had or may have this culture is assumed to a regional belief in retribution to enforce one's rights and deter predation against one's family, home, and possessions. This is more important if you live in a society where the wealth is mobile and you are not farming directly on land, right? And so there's like kind of a subsistence of this, or subsystem of this in crime, I think, as well. Where I worked as a bouncer in a nightclub. And we would occasionally get people who had like just come out of prison. And one of the like more veteran bouncers made it a point to point this out when this was the case, and also like tell us not to give these guys the stink eye, for those of us who are the younger guys. And also be on the lookout for anyone kind of messing with these people who had just come out of prison. And one of the ideas is that in prison or in criminal organizations, you have to have a reputation for not accepting improper conduct. Otherwise, people are going to act in a way that is predatory against you, thinking that they can take your stuff. And the reason why this is prevalent in criminal areas is that when you are a criminal, you operate outside of the justice system, right? If I run a Home Depot and Bob down the street runs a Lowe's, and both of these are hardware stores, if I have an issue with Bob, I do not go over there with a sledgehammer and kneecap him, right? Instead, I call the police and I make a report to the police, and we go through legal channels and I sue him or whatever. If you're a criminal, you operate outside of that context where you can report to the local centralized authority, and instead you need to kneecap Bob. Bob must be kneecapped. And the reason for this is you can't report something to the police when you're both engaging in a crime. So you have to enforce your own laws, and it's very analogous to this lack of a central authority for laying down the law, is similar to living in a herding society or an honor society. It's probably the Irish and the Scots, not the herding. I think it might be the herding. But this kind of raises a question. Is it wrong to kill someone over an insult. And an issue is that killing over an insult, knee-jerk, the answer that, well, let's see. I mean, I think I needed to pull this before we got into the Honor Society discussion, but we'll ask the class. I should have put morally in the question. As criminal honor culture has become a massive problem here in Sweden. You don't kneecap them, you call an honorable duel to the death. This is fair. Death by kneecapping. Well, bam! Let's go. Our favorite form of death. I need to maintain my image, status, and reputation. You know my answer. Well, let's see it. I don't see it up here. Mr. Ramblamo. You're saying something in chat, but you're not backing it up. You know what? It's seeming like that you would maybe be accepting of improper conduct by others. Right, chat? There's the no. Is it wrong to kill over an insult? And I think that... So first of all, I think the answer to this, in my opinion, is yes. But also, we don't live in an honor society. I don't live in an honor society. And I think in an honor society, to circle back to a notion we had earlier of compound actions, when you kill someone over an insult, you're not just, from the perception of that society, killing someone over an insult, right? You are engaging in a compound action where you are simultaneously killing someone over an insult, yes, but you are also protecting your family against retribution and deterring predation, or sorry, you believe in retribution, that is killing someone to enforce rights, and you're believing it on the basis of deterring predation against one's family, home, and possessions. So you're killing someone, yes, but it's also a deterrent. And I think if you live in a society where you don't have a central authority for which to met out justice, then it becomes... It can contextually, and you also believe you live in such a society, it can become contextually the case where this can be morally permissible. And that's consistency within one's own morals. If you come from a type of society that has a particular disposition, and then you have that disposition, and then you act in a way that's consistent with its disposition, in my mind, it's difficult to find someone as immoral, right? This makes sense. Now, that being said, the critique here would be, but anything goes? And the answer is not really. If you have a centralized authority, killing people for no reason tends to be maladaptive. And I think that you can think of this from an evolutionary biology perspective. Which is that there are going to be typical rules are conducive to societies being successful informed by agrarian context, let's say. And, like, examples of these are do not kill. Or do not murder. Typically, this is... Typically, I think that these are conducive to a society being successful. And so the societies that we tend to have left around, by virtue of them being successful, tend to have typical rules. This also hypes up my Christian side up because it says you shall not kill, and sometimes you have to protect the weak, so it means it's a split debate between Christians. Well, I think, isn't that just, was it you who were saying that you had a degree in theology? Isn't that just a poor translation? Like, isn't the actual translation, thou shalt not murder? Like, there's two Hebrew words for kill, and one is, like, similar to murder, and one's similar to kill. Thou shalt not murder is basically saying thou shalt not unjustifiedly kill, but if you have a justification, it's generally regarded as killing, not murder. Does a lion murder the antelope? I don't know. Some people might not like this. Some people might not like this because this sounds like, hey, anything goes. Well, it's not anything. It's consistency within the society you're in. But there's actually an example that is the most commonly used example as an objection to relativism. And I think it's a really ironic one. And that is, there are tribes in Africa that practice clitorectomy. Which, I'm sure I'm not going to describe it, but I think you can... those of you who are fans of entomology can kind of unpack what that means. Okay? This is, generally speaking, in philosophical discussions, presented as something that's supposed to be heinous. And I'm not saying I'm a fan of it. And I think it's bad. But I think it's a really ironic example to argue against relativism. Because the objections to relativism is that arbitrary. Is that you're being arbitrary. And the objections to clitorectomy are that it reduces pleasure, and often it is not consensual. And this is true. And on that basis, I do kind of think it's bad. Or I definitely think it's bad. But I think that we forgot about something here. Does anyone know what we forgot about? Why this might be an ironic example? It's very clearly you shall not murder. Even the translate, thou shalt not waste life. There we go. Killing good, murder bad, televised torture best. There we go. I feel like honor only works if the other guy doesn't cheat the honor system. Well, the other guy cheats the... cheating in honor cultures is a really good way to get yourself blood feuded. I think I'm going to give chat an opportunity to try and come up with the ironic rejoinder here. But I think I have taken 3 or 4 classes, and the tribes in Africa that practice clitorectomy are used as the example of a thing that is relativism allows that's morally heinous. This type of thing. And one of the arguments on the pros side, which I'm not defending, is that it helps to keep families together by this reduction of pleasure. And so that it's a utilitarian type argument. I'd say whatever the question is, but I'm whipping up a rice versus wheat trend mod. Oh, baby. EU5 was kind of like honor system till too many people showed cheating is OP. Like, use of guns was the biggest dishonoring act in a war. I'm not wrong. Wait, what? Anyways, you guys aren't coming up with the example. The example is circumcision. I think it's Maimonides. Get the spelling right. The point of circumcision is to reduce pleasure. It's not consensual because it's at birth. And keeps families together. It is a practice that leads to infection, reduces pleasure, and this is accepted. And so I find it incredibly ironic that this is used as an example of something that's heinous that other cultures do that we should not accept, and that relativism opens us up to being arbitrary and allowing some things and not others, and at the same time, basically the same thing, just performed on men. If you live in the United States, I think it's like 75% of men are snipped. Is seen as something that is blasé. Somehow accidentally turned most of the RGOs into horses. Interesting. I worked in a hospitalization for circumcision. Really crappy pay, but you get to keep the tips. Ayo. You know, there's a rather amusing clip of Christopher Hitchens. We won't show it because we don't want to get bopped with the, like, DMCA. But you can look it up. It's probably versus. I hate the adversarial framing, but it's probably versus. What's the name for a Jewish guy, a rabbi? You can look up the clip yourself. But he admonishes the rabbi, I'll just describe it. He admonishes the rabbi for making for downplaying circumcision, and says that his son cried more for his first haircut than he did his bris. And then Hitchens rebukes him, and says, it's disgusting to say. And then piles on a little bit more. Isn't it more the female circumcision that's seen as evil? Yeah, clitorectomy. This is seen as... Our culture regards this as evil, and this is, like, shrug of the shoulders. I miss him? Yeah, I miss Hitch, too. But, this is... an objection I've always found amusing. Not because clitorectomy is funny, but because the very self-same thing that they are warning against, that there's an arbitrariness rather than a reasoned and consistent approach, seems to be occurring in their strongest objection to relativism, which is the clitorectomy thing, because circumcision is similar. And Hitch goes on to make the argument that it's religion that makes this seem blasé. I'm unconvinced of that part of the argument. I think that culture can make it seem blasé, and it's just not necessarily religion. But Hitchens was an anti-theist. So we've kind of explored some ideas, and I don't have all the answers, and to some extent this is a bit of a non-answer because I don't think that we can have objective answers, but there's a separate discussion, which is, rather than what about descriptive? We have, up until now, been exploring ethics, right? And specifically, we have been exploring normative ethics. What should we do? And not actually describing how do we actually do ethics. And as far as I could tell, the person who has kind of a good perspective on how we should do ethics is Jonathan Haidt, who is a psychologist. In particular, we might even have the link here to what we're looking for. But he creates, there we go, a theory of how we actually engage in ethics. Not how should we, but how we do. And to some extent, we're arbitrary, but we actually have 5 different sets of values. I think it's actually 6, but there's 5 plus 1 type of thing. And that we tend to prioritize these to some degree, and we tend to operate more emotionally, and then retroactively have a bit of a explanation for the thing. Now, to be fair, it's been quite some time since I read The Righteous Mind, but this is the text we would refer you to if you were interested in this. Looks like we have some comments on the latter part of the argument. I also think the male one isn't seen as evil because some people need it for medical reasons. If we see people that evil, might reduce medical treatment. I think that generally speaking, there's not really a medical reason to do this to newborns. This is my understanding. I'm not a doctor. The arguments for it being more sanitary, I know, are just not really true. And also, Maimonides kind of lays down the motivation rather plainly, that it's to reduce pleasure specifically. Both are pretty dumb, but female circumcision is more analogous to removing the head. Women have more nerve endings in general. So in terms of raw nerve endings, that might be the case, but proportionally, I actually do think that it's somewhat similar. But that's more a quantitative distinction than a qualitative distinction. Qualitatively, these are just similar things. But yeah. Very sad day. None of my professors knew about Haidt or integrated into the lectures. I meant older people. Got it. But okay, let's go back to Haidt. And let's read through this. In 2004, Haidt began to extend on the social intuitionist model to identify what he considered to be the most important categories of moral intuition. Again, this is descriptive. This is how people actually conduct morality, not how we should. The resulting is moral foundations theory, co-developed with Craig Joseph and Jesse Graham, and in part based on the writings of Richard Schweder, was intended to explain cross-cultural differences in morality. The theory posited that there were at least 5 innate moral foundations upon which cultures developed their various moralities, just as there were 5 innate taste receptors on the tongue, which cultures have used to create different cuisines. The values are care/harm, fairness/cheating, loyalty/betrayal, authority/subversion, and sanctity and degradation. And what's interesting is there's another one as well, which is liberty and oppression, but that might just be Haidt or part of his formulation. But Haidt and his collaborators asserted that the theory also works to explain political differences. According to Haidt, liberals tend to endorse primarily the care and fairness foundations, as well as conservatives tend to endorse all these foundations more equally. Also, first world countries tend to care more about care and fairness, whereas lesser developed countries tend to be more based on all the other foundations. Later in the Righteous Mind, a 6th foundation, liberty and oppression, was presented. More recently, Haidt and colleagues have split the fairness foundation into equality, which liberals tend to induce more strongly, and proportionality, which conservatives tend to induce strongly. In this work, they also developed a revised Moral Foundations Questionnaire 2, which has 36 items measuring care, equality, proportion, loyalty, authority, and purity. It has also made the case for ownership to be an additional foundation. But there are some interesting questions in here, or that are in his book, and could maybe go over some of the thought experiments. I don't know how it's called, but some people don't fully expose. Some people need circumcision depends on the situation. Yes, that's true, but they don't perform the full, covenant. When they do a medically, the procedure you're talking about is not the complete removal type procedure. They're 2 different procedures, as I understand it. Although I'm not an expert on circumcision. It'll be a bummer if I get bopped by the algorithm. I don't think we're discussing stuff in a medical context, but I think the algorithm's probably uppity. Loyalty. And so, in particular, these were seen as the more liberal ones, and then conservatives value things all throughout. Notice, harkening back to our discussion, loyalty/betrayal. We do have the nepotism versus, from the study, the nepotism versus loyalty distinction, where rice cultures are more likely to be loyal/nepotistic. They're also, I assume, more likely to have a full profile of this rather than a more individualistic profile that cares more about care, harm, fairness, cheating, liberty, and oppression. And one particular thing is that motivates a lot of... I can give an example, because I can remember at least one, for sanctity degradation. Something that doesn't violate the harm principle, which is do no harm, but other than that you can do whatever you want, is you have, if the family pet dies and there's nothing wrong with it, is it okay to eat the family pet? And most people will say no. They will say, nah, you can't do it, don't do that. And that's because from a moral perspective, this violates our sanctity degradation taste bud. Even if we know for certain that it is okay from a medical standpoint and we're not harming anyone, it still emotionally feels bad, and that's why we reject this, and we reject it based on like this moral taste bud. I assumed it was almost the same? No. If it died by old... Yeah, the context is the family pet died by something that will not make you sick if you eat it. Is it okay to eat the family pet? Generally speaking, people will say no to this. The people who say yes will tend to be more liberal / individualistic. And I tend to really not care about these values very much. Very much at all. Which is, I tend to be more liberal, but I also tend to be more liberal in, like, the... I don't actually care that much about caring. I care about not doing harm. And so, like, empathy-oriented injunctions, at least as it relates to... Actually, I care about caring, but just not in the context of politics. In the context of politics, I really just kind of care about these two. And not doing harm. Like, actively don't do harm, but then this. Damn, I came in really behind. I'm gonna have to watch the VOD. Yep, this is one where I have an outline. But this is the end of the discussion, basically, is a kind of rejoinder of, rather than normative ethics, descriptive ethics, and kind of pointing the arrow towards height. Because I can't... I think I have a review of height on this channel, on my... of Height's book. The Righteous Mind. Since you're on the YouTube, I do think I have a review of this on the YouTube, and whatever I publish then will be a much better description of Height's work because I would have remembered it much better then. The tabletop role-playing game Pendragon has that sort of moral taste buds and character creation. Oh, that's interesting. Most pets don't have a lot of meat. It looks a lot of effort and not efficient. But whether or not it's efficient is different than whether or not it's morally permissible, right? I think in general, if something tastes bad on one of these moral taste buds, we will, and if we don't want to reference, hey, that feels bad on a sanctity perspective, we'll come up with a different reason. And to some degree, this reminds me of Socrates, who argued to know the good is to do the good. And then there was the study that moral philosophers were among the least moral profession, right? And I think about this because I think that whatever your taste buds tell you, you'll come up with a reason to justify it. Just in a matter of like how it works. Which, if you read Thinking Fast and Slow by Daniel Kahneman, this tends to be just how our brains work in general. often we will come up with like a knee-jerk perspective, and then our conscious mind works to justify this perspective, which I think is also like kind of how we just have a cultural acceptance of circumcision in the United States. And so it doesn't violate this for us, but clitorectomy violates our moral taste buds. And so this we won't come up with justifications or reasons for post hoc, but this we will. Our conscious mind will come up for justifications for the subconscious mind, which thought that this is okay and then this is a problem. But if we if you consciously think your way through it, these things are just very similar, even if they're not identical. In general, people say no because eating pets is illegal in most Western countries. Yeah, but the context of the thought experiment is that no active harm can be done from the eating of the pet. So this includes getting in trouble with the authorities. People still don't like it. And I'm not trying to say you should eat Old Yeller. Not at all. I think if you don't want to eat... I think if you don't want to do something from a sanctity degradation perspective, then you probably just shouldn't do it. Like, all other things equal. I guess if your family's starving to death, you should maybe eat Old Yeller, but... even then, maybe not. I don't know. But this is like... also saying you should or shouldn't is missing the point here. This is a descriptive ethical system. This isn't describing how we should do things. It's just describing how we do. Most people say no because they love the pet. Yeah, I mean, people give all set kinds of reasons. Yeah, but like, maybe it's loyalty betrayal then. Because you love the pet. I think we'll quickly cruise through our outline though, and then call it here. So we introed with kind of planting the seeds for a lot of things I knew we were going to discuss later. We talked about what is a chair. It's hard to define chair using necessary and sufficient conditions. And that's what you need to objectively define chair. And then we kind of posited, okay, what's moral ethical? And didn't really answer it, but that's kind of, we're putting that ahead of time. We circled back to it. And we started with an experiment. Then we led to a thought experiment. Would you report your father to the authorities? We had two permutations of this. If your father commits a murder, do you report him to the authorities? And then if there was a letter reporting your father, would you destroy the letter? And I think the distinction between these two is important because one's an act of commission and another's an act of omission. And I think that most moral systems underrepresent this. But in particular, if you're a consequentialist, you don't care at all the difference between an act of commission or omission. So your two answers between these two would have to be consistent, where if you would report your father, then you don't destroy the letter, and if you don't report your father, you would destroy the letter. So you would not expect to see a discrepancy. But we do, because for some people, one is a positive action, the other's not. And then we talked about how Western morality generally is. Generally, it's sin/wrong action oriented, where you are immoral if you do something bad. And we offered up an alternative context or perspective, which becomes more relevant when you're thinking of relativism and that contexts matter. The underlying morality starts to matter here, and what we offered up was the ancient Greeks and their notion of arete, which their word for moral good, arete, roughly also just translates to excellence. And to be good is to be virtuous in the sense of being... I want to say just being good, but that's not what it means. You are not good by virtue of not doing anything bad. This would not make you good, but you have to be as an individual competent and have a practice. It's more practice-based ethics where you are doing stuff like, let's say, keeping your room clean. Yeah. And then we discussed the harm principle, which underlies a lot of kind of contemporary Western thought, which is you can do whatever you want, morally speaking, as long as it doesn't hurt someone else. That comes from John Stuart Mill. And then we did a lifeboat thought experiment. I think we might have the results for that. No, we do not. But the idea is 5 people in a lifeboat, you have enough food for 4, how do you decide? And people wanted to vote, but... Well, we did vote, but... And then we talked about 2 objectivist models. Both deontology and consequentialism. And that these are trying to answer moral questions in an objectively true way. Do we assume that if you destroy the letter, you can't get into legal trouble? Yes. Yeah, the thought experiment removes any legal responsibility. Or if you fail to report your father, you also will not get in trouble. You will not be seen as a accomplice, which you should be. But no legal trouble for either side. We talked about rules-based ethics, Kant and the categorical imperative, which says that specifically for Kant, ethics are only acts of commission, are the only thing you can be evaluated for. And Kant argues that you cannot take any action that basically you would not want to live in a society where everyone did that, where he voices it as a contradiction. It's a little bit more nuanced, but you don't lie ever, because you would not want to live in a society where everyone lied all the time, because this would this would just be bad. You don't want to murder because you don't want to live in a society where everyone will murder all the time, this type of thing. You don't care about the consequences of your actions, and you do not care about acts of omission. We had a thought experiment here where the harboring a Jew thought experiment, where it's World War II, SS officer comes up to your door, you have someone who's Jewish in your basement or your attic, and you're hiding them. SS officer asks you, are you hiding enemies of the state? And you have a choice now. You can either tell them or not. If you're a deontologist, you believe in not lying, so you tell the SS officer, or at best, remain silent. Generally, if you ask a Kantian what they do, they say they remain silent. But kind of introduce the idea of compound actions with this. I think that actions are often not reducible to a single thing, and that in essence, what you're doing when you tell them that you are harboring enemies of the state, you're effectively also killing the Jewish person in your house. But a Kantian's perspective is that you're not morally responsible for what happens to the Jew, but rather, or the Jewish person, but rather the SS officers. And then we had a couple of thought experiments that I've had a lot of discussions with a Kantian friend that put him through a little bit of a loop, which is here. You can't unalive yourself in Kantian ethics, but you can lie down on a train track. If you lie down on a train track with no intention to off yourself, but then after a while decide that, hey, we're done with this whole thing, this charade we call life, and you choose to stay on this train tracks, staying on the train tracks, that's an act of omission. You are just failing to get up, and so you cannot be morally judged for that, and so that wouldn't be seen as unaliving yourself. But it seems like maybe it should be. And then there's also a scope issue, where the Kantian doesn't care about the consequences of their action. They instead only care about whether or not passes the scope of the categorical imperative. I was surprised to find that my Kantian friend, when I asked them about what Kantians thought about global warming, they say they just don't care because global warming is a consequence. It's not an action itself. And to some degree, I think that this is an issue of scope. Where if you shoot someone, do you just pull the trigger and then the bullet coming out of the barrel is a consequence? Or is the shooting itself an action? Or is squeezing your hand like a tube of toothpaste, is that an action? And then the bullet exiting is just a consequence. And there's an issue of the scope is not an objectively defined thing. But okay. I always tell the truth even when I lie. Pop. And then we talked about utilitarianism or consequentialism, which is trying to assign numbers to how good things are and try and get the greatest good for the greatest number of people using utils. This is Jeremy Bentham and John Stuart Mill. John Stuart Mill notably came up with the harm principle, which I think is at odds with utilitarianism, but okay. And we had a thought experiment here, which is torture people on live television. If 1 million people watch and they get 1 util of enjoyment, and someone is tortured and they get minus 900,000 utils of enjoyment, that's still net positive. This is a kind of a thought experiment that is seen as a little bit of a rejection. I think it's a little bit of a silly thought experiment. I think it's an unfair example because you're probably miscalculating the utils in some way. Because I would not want to live in a society... Well, first of all, some people might be horrified by the fact that there's torture on live television, but also, secondly, living in a society where this is allowed might in itself cause stress, because you might be the victim of it, but then you're starting to get circular, where living in a society that doesn't have X rule causing utility pain just kind of points back to deontology, or kind of kicks the road down the can. Wait, the can down the road. In that you're kind of just saying whatever's moral is moral. To some degree. We also had the joke of the utilitarian doctor. Utilitarian doctor comes in. You're sitting, waiting for him to come in. He comes in. And he says, I have good news and bad news. You're perfectly healthy. Which people won't understand that joke, but unless they've met the secondary thought experiment or like kind of notion of utilitarian, which is if you have 10 healthy organs and there's 10 people waiting on an organ transplant list for each of those respective organs, greatest good for the greatest number of people, they kill you, they take your organs, they give them to the 10 people. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Yeah. The incalculability of utils is the downfall of them, yeah. Oh, I forgot to have a rejoinder, though. After the trolley car problem. I forgot the rejoinder. So we'll have that now. But we also covered the trolley car problem. Which is a famous problem in ethics. A trolley's headed on a track and it's going to hit 5 people and kill them. You could pull a lever, which would change it to a different track, but there's one person on the track. Do you pull the lever? Generally, people will say they pull the lever. A different formulation of this problem is you're on a bridge overseeing a train track with an extensively fat man on it. So fat that he could stop a trolley. The trolley is going to hit 5 people, but you could push the man off the bridge to stop the trolley. Do you push the man off the bridge? And both are acts of commission. The fat man is generally a little bit more visceral. This is probably the better one to ask first, because if you ask this one first, typically people will respond inconsistently. They're more willing to pull the lever than push the fat man off the bridge. The utilitarian will say yes and will save the 5 people. The deontologist or Kantian will say no, because in either instance you're causing one person to die. You're killing someone, either the fat man you push off the bridge or the person at the end of the track. So there's a little bit of a rejoinder here that we never really had, which is that, practically speaking, you could view ethics as employing a combination of these two. And you could say, if little information, use rules. And then if you have a lot of information, which I actually think that this is a decent heuristic for examining morality. If you know exactly what the consequences of your actions are, you can go with the greater good. But if you don't know what's going to happen, you should use just general rules. So if you have no idea what the lever does, you shouldn't pull the lever, right? Often, these thought experiments that are given to us, like the trolley car problem, we have perfect information. In real life, we don't actually have perfect information a lot. And using rules like don't push fat men off of bridges is a pretty good heuristic. Specifically, as it relates to the pushing the fat man off a bridge problem, if you don't know if the fat man's going to stop the trolley or not, you do not push that fat guy off the bridge, right? And often knowing stuff to the fidelity that you can actually answer perfectly what's the utility is difficult. Or impossible, rather. So having rules is more useful as you have less information. Chuck Norris kicks the road down the tracks. Road down the can? Exactly. The Fat Man version is so bad, though, because it's illogical that any person can stop the train. Oh, that's not true. You might not be able to push someone that's that fat. I feel like if you put a 1,400-pound person in front of a trolley, it would stop the trolley. Maybe not. There are like 1,400-pound people. If you're in a position to save 5 lives, aren't you also kind of murdering them by not doing it? That's not how some people view it. That's kind of how I view it. You weren't responsible for putting them on the tracks. You just rolled up to this situation. But that kind of leads into this next discussion we had, which was the Singer problem. Which is, if there's a child that is drowning and you have $300 shoes on and you can save the child but you ruin your shoes, do you save the child? A lot of people say yes because they view it as murdering the child. And an interesting rejoinder that we didn't really have on that is diffusion of responsibility. Which there's a famous... And this is more of a psychological explanation rather than a justification. But there's a famous case, a famous psychology case, kind of outlining diffusion of responsibility, wherein a woman was murdered. Do we have that expert here? Or that example here? No, we don't have the example here. But there's an example of a woman who was murdered, and for like several minutes she's screaming about how she's getting murdered in the courtyard of an apartment complex. And nobody called the police. And this was seen as just horrific. And the reason that no one called the police is because they all expected someone else to do it. Diffusion of responsibility can be formalized in game theory as a free rider problem or a volunteer's dilemma. If you think that someone else can save the people, then you do not feel the same sort of responsibility to save them. And so, in the instance of the woman who was brutally murdered, if there had been fewer people available to call, she actually would have been more likely to receive a call. And what they found when they did studies was in instances where a bad thing was happening and there was only you who could call out for help or do this type of thing, the person was more likely to call out for help by a very significant margin than if there was tons of people who were not also participants in the study, but rather actors, this type of thing. And so this is an explanation of kind of Peter Singer's initial problem and then rejoinder, which is when you are dealing with just the child, you do not have this diffusion of responsibility. You feel like you are the only one who could help the child. And then when you have introduced the second part of his question, which is, well, then why don't you send $300 to third world countries to save lives, which would save lives? In that instance, everyone can send the money to save lives, and there's a diffusion of responsibility. Now, I don't know if that should be seen as like a comforting thing or a way to dismiss Singer's point, because I think if the woman was murdered in the courtyard and you didn't call the police, you're morally responsible, right? Did I see the Vsauce experiment of testing the trolley car problem? Most people did not pull the lever. That doesn't surprise me. Because I think that when people don't know what's going on, they often default to doing nothing. And I think that that's actually like a decent heuristic. But yeah, Singer's rejoinder here is, well, why don't you send money to save the other, the people in Africa? Or other third world countries or stuff like this. I like to see the case for that because there was a rather famous case in New York where the police newspaper made it up. I think it's kind of hard to make up getting murdered, but... Ah, we might have learned something here. The murder of Kitty Genovese. Which this actually might be why... This might be why we don't find this in the real-world examples. This is the example I was looking for. This is the example that gets used in a bunch of psychology textbooks. Okay? Still, there are experiments showing this effect. Partially debunked later. Yeah, we'll see. We'll read through this real quick. Kitty Genovese, 20-year-old bartender, was raped and stabbed to death or graped. Shout out to YouTube. That's you guys. I guess Twitch too, but outside the apartment building where she lived in New Kew Gardens? I want to say New Gardens. Neighborhood of Queensboro of New York City, United States. 2 weeks after the murder, the New York Times published an article claiming that 37 witnesses saw or heard the attack and that none of them called the police or came to her aid. However, the loud cars outside revealed that the extent of public apathy was exaggerated. While some neighbors heard her cry, many did not realize the severity of the situation. The incident promptly prompted inquiries into what became known as the bystander effect, or Genovese syndrome, and a lack of urgency response by many of her neighbors became a topic reviewed in U.S. psychology textbooks for the next 4 decades. I mean, I think that this still counts. She was killed. She was, like, screaming for help. The fact that you feel that lack of need to check and see what's going on, I think, is like an instance of diffusion of responsibility. I guess partially debunked to some extent. The newspaper might have hammed it up, but this still seems like a case. But okay, let's read on. Researchers have since uncovered major inaccuracy in the Times articles, and police interviews revealed that witnesses had attempted to contact authorities. Oh, okay. This is the important one. Still, they've done studies on this and have noticed an effect, but it's not as universal in this particular case. Then this is a sensationalized depiction. So good that it's not referenced in this Wikipedia article, I guess. reporters at competing news organizations discovered that Times was inconsistent with the facts, but were unwilling to challenge Times editor Abe Rosenthal. American psychologists found no evidence for the pretense of 38 witnesses, or that the witnesses observed the murder, or that witnesses remained inactive. Called the Times reporting flawed, stating that the original story is grossly exaggerated. In 2016, it's so neat when you see this type of stuff, because when I did most of my study in psychology was before this. I was a psych major before a philosophy major, and I did almost all my psychology classes before this, because this was an overwhelmingly commonly referenced thing. It was so cool. Well, not cool that she was raped and murdered, but seeing the information update is really always nice. I imagine, just because there have been a lot of studies and that their diffusion of responsibilities, like, as far as I understand, not a debunked effect in psychology, I imagine there's still probably some degree to which you can find that occurring in terms of what's going on. But just not as sensationalistic. Alright. So, not necessarily a good example. 100% debunked later. I don't know if I'd call it 100% debunked. Significantly exaggerated. Like most psych, replication crisis is immense. Yeah, unfortunately there's not much incentive for replication. It is an issue. Story of Kitty is how police had no centralized reporting system, and so they blame their failures on the public. I'd bite on that being the primary cause of her death. I haven't looked into it further than this, like, 5-minute reading. I still do think diffusion of responsibility is an effect, or a lot of studies I've read or read about are wrong. A lot of them have to be wrong for this to not be an effect, but this is... If people called and alerted the authorities, then this is less of a cause of her death than other things. Hate to see him die young. Yeah, it's rough. We have a significant result, 4 out of 7 college students. Well, that's true enough. That is, the sampling bias is hard to... You need a lot of money to overcome the issue of sampling only college students. But the bystander effect is, like, kind of the same as diffusion of responsibility. So many people called that different police stations thought the other ones would do something about it. Ah, diffusion of responsibility strikes again. Okay. Okay, we're moving on, though, because we're trying to summarize. Real quick. Then we have this question of, okay, well, we're trying to form a theory of what's good, and, well, what is really good? Utils unfortunately require context, and then we talked about John Rawls and the Veil of Ignorance, and for me this is one of the most important thought experiments. Do we still have it up? Original position. which is that when you're considering what the rules, mores, and what have you of society are, you should operate from the position that who you are going to be or turn up as is completely random in society. And I think that this leads to a more egalitarian perspective. And, for example, men having a position superior to women is, if you are a man, that is much less appealing when you adopt the original position where you could roll the dice and become a woman instead. Same with being any sort of group that is significantly discriminated against. Generally, the pleasure, I suppose, of being discriminated or of discriminating against others is less than the pain of being discriminated against. And so if it's random who you are, I think in general you will tend to support more egalitarian positions. I think the most striking example is slavery. Like, I think the to whatever extent having a slave gives you pleasure, which I if you regard that person as a person, I don't know that you can extract that much pleasure, but to whatever extent that is, the suffering of being a slave is, I would imagine, substantively more, such that if you don't know whether you're going to be the slave or the master, you would wildly prefer this. Also, we generally won't like nepotism and stuff as much. We'll prefer meritocratic society, this type of thing. So I do think that this is an important first principles kind of basis for morality. I'm a gambler. I'd enable slavery, not like this, and bet that I end up a rich plantation owner. I think that you have to... I think the ROI on that's pretty bad. It does give you pleasure to rule over children. As someone who has... So I used to teach after-school programs to kids, chess specifically. I would say it depends on the behavior of the children. Of course, I was not, like, in charge in that instance. I wasn't like the parents. Now you're saying slaves didn't have a good life? Wow, controversial. I feel like you lose as the slave owner. How could you live with yourself as either? Well, you would have to imagine a context in which you view them as subhuman, I think. And I think if you adopt the original position, you would not want to view people as subhuman. But, like, you can adopt, like, a tribal perspective where it's coherent. I don't agree with that perspective because I'm a humanist and I cast the tribal net, like, at people if you're a human. Or not, it might not even be human, it might just be people, which is, like... a philosophically not important distinction at this point in time, but like I don't have this similar affection towards like all mammals, which you could adopt a moral position that all mammals are worthy of equal moral consideration, and your original position encompasses not just people but like cows too. I don't adopt that position. You could also adopt the position that your original position occupies only citizens of the country you're in, and that you only care about people who are your people, or this type of thing. I think the original position that I adopt is all of humanity, but like that's where I draw the line. The bugs are not in my original position. What's the overall discussion for today? We are wrapping up with a summary of a discussion on morality. Some people would say you should have just studied more if you didn't want to be a slave nowadays. Yeah, the good old wage slave. Human isn't even a good benchmark. It seems like it should be based on capacity for experience. Well, to just like briefly talk about the distinction here. categorically. Although I think that Venn diagrams, if you're using a Venn diagram, you're operating from an objectivist perspective, but it's like more useful for explaining. I think that not all humans are persons, and that maybe non-human animals are capable of personhood. But that this is something to talk about. Gregory Burns, a neuroscientist, makes the argument that dogs have the qualities. He argues for a criteria that a criteria for personhood, and then he subsequently argues that dogs fit that criteria. But I would maybe limit my moral consideration to specifically human persons. So that's only here, because that's way more straightforward. But the most straightforward is just to do all humans. And examples of people that, if for you personhood requires a certain cognitive ability or capacity for certain experiences, you would exclude humans that do not have those capabilities. And so typically in these conversations, the people who have significant brain damage such that there's like nothing going on except for basic functioning come into here. And also for Kant, children. For Kant, if you're like under 5, you're not actually worthy of like moral consideration. Which I think he might be onto something to some degree, but I'm uncomfortable with the project of drawing this line. I don't want to fucking do that. I am so disinterested in drawing this line. I don't think it can be done objectively. I'm not into it. And so it's simpler just to say humans. Right? From a theoretical perspective, I maybe, like, think that, like, some humans should be excluded. Specifically, the humans, shout out to the ambulance, the humans that should be excluded are humans that society has deemed incapable of operating in a functioning society. So we put sociopaths in here with children. Wait, no, I take it back. That came out wrong. Right? Because a sociopath is not worthy of moral consideration. Okay? Or actually, I think if they do nothing wrong, they kind of are. But just because, like, if they could be a member of society. But for the sake of simplicity, a sociopath who hurts people. Let's clarify a little bit. Okay. But the thing is, I don't want to fucking do this. I'm so disinterested in this project. Because you know what this project gets you? It gets you the most insane racism, bigotry, like, oh, the dimples on her skull, like, type of shit. And, like, this just begets tribalism. I'm just gonna cast my net at human and call it a day. You know? Because I think the project of drawing this line, is, like, there's problematic. Capacity for experience, low IQ individuals living dangerously. Yeah, but, like, at the same time, people who are, like, if I'm older than your IQ, then, like, I think, and I think that, like, you're probably, like, over here, at least from, like, the Kantian perspective. But, like, the thing is like, the experiences that people with severe, like, mental disabilities can achieve are similar to that of animals. Some animals, like the higher, like, order animals. And if you're going to, like, go down that road, then now you're talking about including a whole bunch of animals, too. And everything gets really messy. Right? If you're trying to do this. But in theory, this is what I would want. But in practice, I'm disinterested in the task it would take to achieve this. Yeah. I do think being a humanist or not also has to do with wealth and status, ego, no? Maybe, I don't know the correlation. Once you open the door to dogs, it's hard to exclude cattle, pigs, dolphins, etc. Absolutely. I actually think that if... Pigs are smarter than dogs, man. Yeah. Clip that? No! No! Nothing worse than a kid calling you names and knowing you can't do shit about it. What is it, there's, I forget which language it is, but there's a word that translates to, like, you know how you have younglings vis-a-vis, like, Star Wars universe? There's a word, I think it's a German word, that, like, translates to shitlings, basically. Like, young pieces of shit. It's obviously non-binary. The spectrum of sentience between plants and animals, tells us how to treat each. No remorse for making computer chug gigabytes, but wouldn't own a slave. There's significant overlaps in intelligence between the smartest bear and the dumbest human. Yep, exactly. Aren't ravens high IQ? Yeah, see, these are exactly all the points why I prefer to draw the line at human rather than person, practically speaking. Elephants doing religious ceremonies? Yeah, which isn't to say, like, I'm uncaring about mammals. I just, like, I have a moral obligation to humans that is qualitatively, in my opinion, different than that I have for other animals. Scheisser is the German for shitmaker. Is that the word I'm thinking of? Shitlings? It's specifically to refer to young people. But yeah, I'm content to, like, have it be humans that have not disqualified themselves in some way by, like, committing a heinous crime. In terms of my original position. This seems to me to be the least arbitrary, like, net I can cast as well. Because once I'm doing this, I feel that I'm probably starting to be arbitrary. This would be the ideal, is to cast it on human persons specifically. Or even persons, actually. Ideal would actually just be persons. Or maybe human persons. I don't really know. But I'm not interested in the task of deciding which humans are like, more worthy or less worthy of, like... I would be interested in it from a theoretical perspective, maybe. Although it's controversial to even, like, talk about some people, humans, not being worthy of moral consideration based on immutable characteristics. But, like, practically speaking, I think that this leads to horror and, like, genocide. Babies and unruly kids? This is probably the one I'm thinking. So, eine kleine Scheiße. Animal personhood is such an interesting conversation. It is. I mean, I think that there are a lot of animals who are more... I remember one time at a party, someone asked me, would I rather save the life of the best dog or the worst human? And, like, I've never had an easier thought experiment ever. You obviously just kill the worst human, because the worst human is better dead anyways. And, like, the best dog, obviously, we want to save that. I'll revoke your personhood in no time. No, not like this. Okay, but that is the veil of ignorance. And then we talked about virtue ethics a little bit. We kind of mentioned this a little bit already in our summary, where the goal is to have virtue, and you view good as being competent. So being brave is a moral issue. And specifically, Aristotle had the golden mean in a lot of kind of ways of thinking about it, which is that there's a spectrum, and you want to be in the middle, and in the middle might be brave, and then to the extreme, you're a fool, and not enough, you're a coward. And for Aristotle, this was context dependent, but also it was also person dependent. So this meant that it was very subjective. So this would no longer be in the realm of an objectivist ethics. And we talked about Foucault and problematizing behavior, specifically in the realm of sexuality, which Foucault did it, but for the ancient Greeks, it was more about stylization of behavior and being competent. So, for them, regarding like sexuality, you would want to do it more in the winter months and do it less in the summer months to have a balance, because the winter is cold and the summer is hot, and you want to achieve a balanced level of getting it on. That would be an example of a stylization. So failing to do that makes you less moral. In the West, in Western like moral tradition, it's more about sin or transgression, and to be sexually immoral. I'm not going to discuss an example. You can come up with one, because YouTube doesn't like it when I discuss examples. We had a short aside with Socrates, who argued that to know the good is to do the good, which is convenient because that makes knowing the good makes one moral. And then a rejoinder, although we didn't bring up the study, there's a study where they found moral philosophers were actually among the least moral profession. And one reason for this, in my opinion, is the moral philosopher is really good at justifying their actions. And so they can, use utilitarianism or consequentialist reasoning, rules-based reasoning, virtue-based reasoning, or even like intention-based reasoning, which isn't even considered here. But they are better at explaining away their behavior. And you see people kind of do what they want to do, and then they moralize like post hoc as a matter of practice, which we'll kind of get to when we talk about height, or re-talk about height. But okay. We talked about his context. And generally speaking, virtue ethics gets ripped on a little bit, in my perspective. I feel like the discussion can be done on privacy, because I feel like there's a lot of contradictions there. But yeah, I think a lot of people feel different ways about should things be private or not. Always save the dog? You mean sacrifice the worst human? Yeah. Twitch doesn't mind talking examples, not as much. YouTube's more the one that minds. Although a big paradox YouTuber just got, or I guess he's a YouTuber and a Twitcher, just got bopped on Twitch permanently. Then we have this rejoinder: what is a chair? What is a lie? And we talked about lies a little bit with Kant. Is it morally wrong to lie? With the harboring a Jew thought experiment, where do you tell the SS officer you're not harboring enemies of the state when you are? Naturally. And lying is morally wrong is a proposition. And one of the problems with being able to determine stuff in an objective way, that is without any chance of failing to, without any chance of getting it wrong, you have to know exactly what lying is and exactly what wrong is. And we'll put wrong on a shelf for now. But just unpacking lie in itself is a little bit difficult. And we talk a little bit about prototypical conditions here. But we don't actually have necessary and sufficient conditions for lying. Or that's not how we actually operate. We instead operate with prototypical conditions. And an example of this is, if we were to have lying be using necessary and sufficient conditions, the typical response is a lie is when you tell something that is untrue, or false, rather. Under this notion, things like white lies or preparing a surprise birthday party are lies just as much as saying, I did not have sex with that woman, that Ms. Lewinsky. Sexual relations, right? It is a lie of the exact same type. And what prototypical conditions instead do is they say, look, there's a really good, if I say dog, you will summon into your mind an image of a dog, and that for you is the prototype of a dog, and to the extent that something is a dog, it's the extent to which it resembles that thing. And we do that for lie, and for us, a lie has several conditions, and the ones that are present are that something is false, that we believe it to be false, and actually, more so importantly, isn't even that it's false, it's that we intend to deceive. So white lies are not really good example of lies. They're still kind of lies, but we instead have radial or partial belonging to the category of a lie. Well, if you have partial belonging, you can't definitively say whether or not something belongs to a category, and so you can't know this in an objectivist type of sense on the basis of kind of this counterexample we provided with categories. This is talking about epistemology, what it is possible to know. And from this, we kind of come to the conclusion, if we can't perfectly know categories, then we can't perfectly know whether there is a true moral system. And it's not out of a desire for everything to go that we go to relativism, but instead a commitment to, we can't know things in an absolute sense, so we can't know a one true moral system. And just from pure observation, we can tell that different societies have different moralities. This is just obvious, right? And how do we know which one is best when we can't have this objective truth and to get to the bottom of it? And so I proposed a system where this, to me, is what's important, is consistency with one's own morals. Everyone hates hypocrisy. And different societies have different morals, but I think you can kind of say someone's moral or immoral within the society to which they belong, or the society from which they've adopted their values, on the basis of their consistency with it. So there's no objective standard, but the subjective standard towards which they hold, you can hold people accountable. Am I immoral for living by the motto, sacrifice the pawn? Yes. Lying by omission? I also think, yeah, lies by omission. If I'm a young, strapping 15-year-old, it's been a while, and I'm trying to date, and my mom doesn't want me to date, and I say, hey, I'm gonna go hang out with Taylor, and then she asks me, when am I gonna meet him? And then I say, oh, I don't know, sometime. But Taylor's a girl. And, you know, all the stuff that entails. When my mom refers to Taylor as him, and I don't correct her, that's the type of thing you would correct someone over. Clearly I'm deceiving, so I think that's an example of a lie. Not a perfect example of a lie, but is an example of a lie. In fact, because this is the most important factor, I think that's more of a lie than saying that dress doesn't make you look fat. How can I get the Google Doc link? I wasn't going to share it, but I guess I could. At me on the Discord in Off Topic, and I'll get a link. Yeah, I think therefore I drank Big True. But okay, so we have this relativism kind of idea, and then different societies have different values, can't call one objectively true. And then we had a rejoinder with the father crime thought experiment, which we already discussed. Would you report your father for murder? Murder. And then we had a discussion of kind of being more individualistic versus more communally oriented. And we looked at this, which was an interesting study which showed that societies that have wheat versus rice agriculture, this informed how communally oriented they were, and also how loyal / nepotistic they are, where rice ones tended to be more loyal / nepotistic, more communally oriented, and also, importantly, they would be less likely to want to report on their own father, right? And we have a instance where the way in which a society historically got food seems to inform their morality. And it informs their morality in a way that also seems really adaptive towards the material conditions and what's going on, because rice cultivation requires so much more coordination between people in order to achieve good outcomes, because it is much more labor intensive, and also labor intensive in a phasic way, where what you would do is you would stagger harvests, and the entire community would come and help to harvest one person's field, and then do it for another person's field and another person's, and large-scale irrigation was necessary. Which means that getting along with other people becomes more important and more valuable from a life and death perspective. At the very end of this article, there's a discussion on honor societies. And for honor societies, it actually is really important that you not be seen as someone that could be walked over. And in particular, honor societies tend to be more herding oriented. Well, you have a central authority for arbitrating disagreements among people when you have farming, or you tend to, because the farms don't move. And so you tend to develop a central authority, and you do not resolve conflicts yourself, you instead appeal to the central authority. With honor societies, or honor cultures, you resolve them yourself. And so this means that violence can erupt much more easily. And what you will see is that people will avoid intentionally offending others in these societies, and also try and maintain a reputation for not accepting improper conduct, because you are seen as a target for violence and taking your stuff if you are accepting of improper conduct, because violence in honor societies tends to operate a lot more on a light switch type of basis, because if someone kills you, they can just take your herd and then they can just leave. Right? And so there's a material situation where, because people can light switch and feel that they have been slighted and kill you as a consequence of it, you have to avoid offending others. And then a theory as to why American South has had, or this culture is assumed to be, a regional belief in retribution to enforce one's right and deter predation against one's family, home, and possessions. When you have a central authority for arbitrating justice, you do not need to do it yourself. If you are in a herding or nomadic society, you need to do it yourself. And so we see a legacy of the way in which you acquire food informing the ethics. And so we posit kind of the question with honor cultures is, can you kill for insulting you? And we do have the results for that. No, that's not the one. That's the Peter Singer one. There's the lying is morally wrong one, which I was shocked more people said false. Is it wrong to kill over an insult? And I think that one of the issues is we're viewing this as a singular action, when in effect, especially if you're operating from an honor society, or an honor culture, when you kill someone for insulting you, you're also deterring predation against your family, home, and possessions. Right? So it's a compound type of action. And so if you are living in an honor society, I think it's kind of the case that this can be true. If you're not, which we're not, then no. But if you have a morality where you view an insult as not just an insult, but a threat on your family, your property, etc., and your own life, because you are allowing one to show that they can walk over you, then yeah. And we also offered up the example of criminal societies. Because When you're a criminal, when I work at Home Depot and someone else works at Lowe's and we have a disagreement, I can just sue them or call the police. In a criminal society, you don't get to call the police. You have to enforce your own stuff. And so, this is why it's appropriate for them to kneecap each other when they get disrespected. And why, if the Lowe's guy says that my Home Depot apron makes me look fat, it would not be appropriate for me to take a sledgehammer to his kneecaps. Yeah. I feel like deceiving isn't always lying. I agree. When you deceive someone about the surprise birthday party, you're intending, or, well... Actually, no. Then I think your intent isn't to deceive. I think you can deceive someone without telling a falsehood, and that should be considered a lie. Yeah. Sunly communist, yeah. What is considered an insult? I think it's cultural. But the point is that both... both, or I suppose even one person sees it as an insult. Because the point is that the insult is a stand-in for whether or not you accept improper behavior from others. This, by the way, is not an advocation for honor societies. It's a descriptive kind of accounting, and also saying that in these societies, yeah. And so we have this kind of objection, but anything goes, because obviously we're making justifications for the criminals cracking heads being considered moral. And then we offer kind of this perspective, or from a little bit of a rejoinder, there are going to be some things that are conducive for societies in general being successful, and if you don't have those, then societies will just fall apart. And so this isn't really a prescriptive type of thing, but descriptively, like, societies are going to have some thematically consistent things, which for the case of societies where they have, to view it from the food agrarian perspective, centralized authorities are going to be a typical feature. Because if you can met out justice by a central authority, I think that is generally preferable to having honor cultures where you are enforcing your own stuff. Because I think that it leads to less arbitrary outcomes and less violence. I think it reduces harm. Informed by agrarian context. Do you kill a man for telling you have poor taste in clothing? In an honor society. Try telling a gangbanger he looks ridiculous and let me know his reaction. Yeah, you don't even need to... You don't even need to tell people. Sometimes you just need to look at them funny. Okay, so here we have an objection to relativism. That is arbitrary. And there's actually, in academic philosophy, in my experience, having taken several, actually took multiple different, like, intro to ethics classes, because I transferred from a 2-year to a 4-year. And they, like, required you retake it or this type of stuff. And I've also sat in... overwhelmingly, an example that gets used as something that is considered a moral abomination that is permissible under relativism is clitorectomy, which I will not explain, but I'm sure if you are entomologically comfortable, you can figure out what's going on there. Often this is non-consensual, is painful, and it reduces pleasure. The justification that's often given is that it helps keep families together. Although the justification gets glossed over in these discussions. This is generally presented as something that's heinous. And I always thought that this was really ironic as an example, because the idea is that relativism is allowing these barbaric things to be seen as just everyday norm, and that it's crazy, and that we need a more objective system for determining what's moral. And I think that this clitorectomy example is ironic because circumcision is qualitatively the same thing as clitorectomy. Maimonides, who discusses why you do it, is pretty plain in discussing that the entire point is to reduce pleasure and keep the family together. You have risk of infection, and it's generally not medically necessary. and not medically necessary to the extent to which it's done, because there are some medically necessary like procedures, but they don't involve full removal. And one of the arguments is keeps families together. We also referenced Christopher Hitchens' clip, although we didn't show it. But I think that this is worth mentioning, or I enjoy mentioning this, because this being seen as morally permissible and this being seen as an abomination is, in my mind, arbitrary, and the very thing that the people who are trying to condemn relativism with their example of clitorectomy, this arbitrariness, and not using a standard of logic for like determining what's right and what's wrong, fails to catch that circumcision's qualitatively very similar to clitorectomy, or basically the same. There's a difference in like severity and to the degree of which it reduces pleasure, but in both instances, the intent is reducing pleasure, and it's often non-consensual. And to me, this is just a very... amusing is not the right word, but dripping with irony that this is the thing that gets hoisted up as the example. Not like murder or something else. My biggest hang-up with classes was that there was always a statement, so many statements of obvious things. This seems obvious, this seems intuitive, subjective in the extreme. I'm not sure what you mean. Like, they said something that was subjective and said it was obvious, but saying that it's obvious as in it's objective. I mean, a lot of people, whatever their moral system is, they think it's objective. And they think everyone else is wrong and heinous. And more heinous... They, in fact, talking about prototype effect, they think that their morality... Where's our prototype effect? They think their morality is the prototype of a good morality, and all other moralities are immoral to the extent to which they deviate from their morality. This is typically how people look at things. I'm not even sure if that's avoidable, but... Things that are given in their moral framework but are not universal, yeah. But this entire discussion, up until now, has been about normative ethics, which is what we should do. And normative is a word that means what we should do, basically. And is contrasted with descriptive, which is, what do we actually do? Description, or descriptive just describes the thing, normative says what we should do. And in the case of, well, what about descriptive ethics? How do we actually conduct ethics as people? And I presented briefly a position of moral taste buds, or a model, which is by Jonathan Haidt, which is how we conduct morality, not how we should, but how we do it. And he comes up with this idea that we have moral taste buds, and to the degree an action violates our moral taste buds, we will view it as immoral. I added the addendum, although I think that Haidt agrees with this, that generally speaking, this is a kind of reactionary system. We often give post hoc reasons for these things, but this is like an emotional kind of reaction. And the taste buds are care versus harm, where we look to get care and we look to prevent harm. And this is the same for all of these, a positive and a negative formulation. Fairness versus cheating, liberty versus oppression, and loyalty versus betrayal, loud car versus... authority versus subversion, sanctity versus degradation. Also, kind of a key point in Haidt's analysis that is interesting is that liberals and also to a lesser extent the more developed world tend to process things much more heavily. And I think it's like liberals in the like conventional understanding of the word view things primarily or exclusively through these three moral taste buds, and conservatives tend to operate through all six of these moral taste buds. We did have a bit of an example of sanctity degradation that I could recall from the book. It's been a hot minute since we've read it. Where the question is you have this family pet. If it's legal and completely safe and the pet dies and is already dead, do you eat the family pet, or is it morally permissible to eat the family pet? Knee-jerk, people will feel that that is unclean or a degradation and will generally feel uncomfortable with it. Which, by the way, is kind of interesting. In some cultures, they eat their loved ones or symbolically eat their loved ones as a form of ritual, but putting that aside, a lot of societies are uncomfortable with eating the family pet even if it causes no harm to others. That is John Stuart Mill's harm principle. And often, if presented with this uncomfortable kind of reality, people will come up with or try and come up with other reasons. And in my opinion, they have this knee-jerk reaction, this feeling, and then they have this response where they are trying to justify it, but the feeling comes first, and then the justification comes later, in a manner of how we actually conduct morality. This is consistent with Thinking Fast and Slow, Daniel Kahneman, kind of the way he views the way we think just in general, which is often we have a fast mode of thinking, and this is useful because we need to think through so many things, but then our active mode of thinking often is doing cleanup for the fast mode of thinking, where we find the justifications after doing the thinking, which I think we did briefly discuss. This kind of makes sense how we can create a situation where we view clitorectomy as just heinous and then circumcision as fine, even if they're very similar, in a way that is kind of bypassing just actually thinking through how these are very, very similar actions, because we have this probably sanctity degradation and also care, harm, liberty, oppression violation here in a feeling moral taste buds type of sense, but it doesn't feel like a violation for circumcision. Something like this. But with that said, we have gone through our summary here of morality in kind of the presentation. I did this presentation a few years ago. I think I got a lot of the main points, but exploring kind of some of the standard ethical systems, talking about relativism a little bit, talking about different societies, and then talking about descriptive ethics versus normative ethics. I think I'll stick around for maybe 5 to 10 minutes for questions or something, or as long as you guys are asking questions, and then we will head out. So what you're saying is trust your instinct is the fast mode of thinking? Yes. We can find Kahneman. 2 systems. 2 different ways the brain thinks. System 1, fast, automatic, frequent, emotional, stereotypic, and unconscious. Examples in order of complexity of things that System 1 does. Determine that an object is at a greater distance than another. Localize the source of a sound. Complete a common phrase. War and eggs. Display disgust when seeing a gruesome image. Or, perhaps, in response to the notion of the family pet being eaten. Right? Solve basic arithmetic. Read text on a billboard. Drive a car on an empty road. Think of a good chess move if one is a chess master. Understand simple sentences. This theory is debunked. It's not that simple. We do both all the time. I don't think... I mean, we could look at dual process theory here. And see. Kahneman does not mean this as an objective description as much as a way of thinking about it that is useful. I don't think he makes the argument that we only do one or the other. but that this way of thinking about things is useful because this requires, okay, we'll go through the rest of it and then we'll check dual process. Slow, effortful, infrequent, logical, calculating, conscious. Examples of things System 2 can do. Prepare for the start of a sprint. Direct attention towards certain people in a crowded environment. Look for a person in a particular feature. Try and recognize a sound. Sustain a faster than normal walking rate. Determine the appropriateness of a particular action in a social setting. Maybe eating the family pet. Count the number of A's or other letters in a given text. Give one's own telephone number to someone else. Park in a tight parking space. Determine the price/quality ratio of two products. Determine the validity of complex logical reasoning, which would fall under this. And multiply two-digit numbers. Okay. Automatic and unconscious and conscious process. You're saying that this has been debunked. Which I imagine if there's widespread... Dual process counter reasoning is an old theory as noted above, but according to them is that it has adapted itself from the old logicist paradigm to the new theories that apply other kind of reasoning as well. And the theory seems more influential now than in the past, which is questionable. Evans outlined 5 fallacies. All dual process theories are essentially the same. There's a tendency to assume all theories propose 2 models or styles of thinking are related, and they end up lumped up under the umbrella term. Kahneman is very careful to say that this is just a gross oversimplification, basically at all times, but that it's just a useful way of thinking about the thing. But Kahneman also wrote Thinking Fast and Slow 30 years ago or something. There are 2 systems underlying System 1 and 2 processing. There's clearly more than 2 cognitive systems underlying performance on dual processing tasks. Yeah, sure. This is fair enough. System 1 processes are responsible for cognitive biases. System 2 processes are responsible for normatively correct responding. Both System 1 and 2 processes can lead to normatively correct answers, and both can involve cognitive biases. This might be a fair critique of Kahneman. I don't know. I'd have to unpack that a bit more. System 1 processing is contextualized, while System 2 processing is abstract. Research has found beliefs that in context can influence System 2 processing as well as System 1. It seems fair. Fast processing indicates the use of System 1 rather than System 2 processes. Just because processing is fast does not mean it's System 1. Yeah, I mean, I view this as a model rather than an objective description of what's going on. That it is useful to think of your brain as operating in 2 different ways in order to understand the underlying psychology, more so than that this is a perfect description of something that is just really actually quite a bit more complicated, because the human brain is very complicated. Doesn't instinct come from a subconscious trigger? You have to already have a thought about the situation or preset your reaction to the situation? I mean, some instincts are, biological. But in that case, does it mean that you could think through it using the slow mode of thinking to train your fast mode of thinking? I think that you can train yourself, but even if to some degree you train yourself, some of the shortcutting that System 1's gonna do, it's always gonna do. If you read Kahneman's books, Kahneman has a lot of really good examples. I'm trying to think of one. Nothing is coming to mind right now. But they found in a lot of their instances that people who calculated statistics, even they would get, a lot of cognitive biases wrong in, a knee-jerk type of way, or fail to recognize some things, because a lot of cognitive biases are just very pernicious. I think it's to say the real picture is more complex and that we now have fMRI to map brain circuits. Yeah, but fMRI imaging is still like, yeah, okay. Or maybe the alternative model is going to be like another thing. The fMRI, like neural coordinates, are just like in itself is also just like not very objective, because there's a lot of like fuzziness, and neuroplasticity means different areas of the brain can actually get wired for different stuff, and just because a certain area is like lighting up doesn't necessarily mean that a certain quality of cognitive experience is happening just because it's like correlated with that particular thing, right? There's like a lot of problems. There's information problems with fMRIs, which doesn't mean that they're not useful, because consciousness is just incredibly complicated and we just don't have good tools for it. It just means like a lot of anything involving the brain is just like, as a model, tends to be hyper fallible. Moshman proposed there should be 4 possible types of processing as opposed to 2. There's probably a more nuanced one. This would be implicit heuristic balancing, implicit rules-based processing, explicit heuristics, and explicit rules-based processing. This might be better. Dynamic graded continuum. But all of these are models for thinking that is not going to, I think, perfectly capture the thinking of itself. But some are going to be better than others. Okay, this is... Okay, I thought I read it has been accepted. It has not been accepted as better than dual process theory. Fuzzy trace theory. Posits, this dual process theory posits that we encode, store, retrieve, forget information 2 traces of memory separately and completely independent of each other. Oh, that's interesting. Gist versus verbatim. I'm really good at remembering exactly what people said in discussions. Have been worked to make LLMs better, apparently. I mean, it sounds like it's still... I don't know if this makes it sound like it's debunked. These dudes, we have a pretty good idea where different pathways and functions reside inside the brain. I think that we're a long way of having a really good mapping of the brain. And it's probably really a lot better. But a good measure of science, in general, is that you can predict events. And you can use the prediction so that you can intentionally cause other things. So we understand physics. We can predict how, when we put a rocket together, it will perform and that it will be successful, and this is why we can go to the moon. Yeah? So, physics. I do not think conscious experience is really complicated. When I say we don't understand stuff really well, I mean that we are nowhere near being able to cause conscious experience with our understanding because we can predict it so accurately. Okay? What I mean is, like, we cannot hook up electrodes to the brain and make someone believe that they are Dorothy living the Wizard of Oz. We cannot cause an entirely full-blown conscious experience because we don't have it mapped anywhere near well enough. Instead, we just have this kind of correlates to this. Debunked might have been the wrong term. There's no real evidence that the brain works like that. It's hyped hypothesis. I mean, there's a lot of evidence of the cognitive biases, and as a framework, it's a useful framework for explaining them. But, like, there's not, you know, like, a demonstrably provable way that your, like, brain is, like, two hemispheres and there's, like, two thinking things inside your brain and one of them thinks one way and the other one thinks another way. It's not like that. It's a model whose primary use is explaining things. Yeah. The brain is very plastic. We have thousands of systems handle different stuff. Some are quick, some are slow, some are in between. Yeah, I mean, I think we might just have a different framing of how we look at the dual process model. I don't see it as actually categorizing things into, like, two groups, as much as I think of it as, like, an explanatory tool, like, perfectly into two groups, because I don't think you can categorize things perfectly into two groups anyways. Like, I think that task is just, like, not possible, which is why some of the discussion we spent with, like, prototype theory in regards to prototypical conditions for categorization. There's a lot of stuff we don't know. Plenty of plasticity still surprises us. And stuff like the optical pathway, we're having a pretty good idea of how processing works. Yeah, the easiest thing to get feedback on is sense data. Because you can have more... The consciousness experience of love, or something like this, is going to be a lot harder to, like, verify than, like, is that thing red and how red is it? I agree it can be a good framework for biases, yeah. Yeah, the brain stuff tends to also, yeah, I mean, it tends to be just wickedly complicated. Or it's like trying to hold like wet sand and say that it has a shape, almost like trying to describe the brain, because a lot of it is going to, like, yeah, it's adaptable, and it's not... Conscious experience is, like, difficult to verify, because your conscious experience of red can be different than my conscious experience of red. As long as it's just been internally consistent forever, there's no independently verifying the conscious experience of another person. We don't have a machine that can project consciousness onto other people. And as far as I know, we're not remotely close to anything like that. We can, like, stimulate certain areas of the brain, and then someone will say, oh, I smell eggs, or something like that. We can do basic sensory stuff, is my understanding. Or I've not heard of an instance where we make someone see everything as red, but I would not be surprised if we could do that. But that is the, I think, surface level of human experience, or maybe not. A lot of our thinking is metaphor or analogical thinking. Oh no, I'm gonna get canceled. Okay, we're good. Structured based on like embodied experience, which is this very self-same basic sensory stuff. It's not a chair, but we can sit on it, not like this. One EEG experiment we did in the lab had like 50% prediction rate, and we didn't know why it works or fails on different people. Prediction rate for what? That's a pretty good rate. But, like, I think, as far as I understand the brain stuff, it's, like, nowhere near physics in your ability to predict anything. And thereby cause anything. Yeah, no way of knowing if our reds are the same, only can check the wavelength and not perception, yeah. So that's why, like, the sensory experience also, like, we could quantify a lot of the sensory experience, which is very helpful. I suppose, yeah, eggs might smell different to you than they smell to me, but we both can consistently smell eggs, right? But, like, when you start, like, an abstract notion such as confidence, which isn't even like a real category anyways. Like, you want to talk about the person who was talking about System 1 versus System 2. That was a fair enough objection, but like, what confidence is... Confidence isn't actually a thing. This is just made up. This is just a word. This is a word by which we associate with a bunch of different other things. Right? And typically, we have operational definitions in psychology, where they might say, your persistence, or an example of an operational definition for confidence that I've seen is less willing to accept a bad deal in a negotiation, or having more open and expansive body language, right? And they say that means confidence, and then they measure the body language, or they measure how bad a deal you're willing to accept. But they don't actually like, confidence is just made up. So, and we have experiences that we label as confidence, right? But the question is like, could we stimulate a brain such that it creates this confidence experience? And this might just be like a language issue to some degree. But like this is made up. And we're trying to use electricity to make this made up thing happen. Yeah. And it's not the case that this made-up thing that we associate with a bunch of other things it doesn't happen phenomenologically in our brain. That's a fun word, phenomenologically. Where we experience the confidence-ness thing. That definitely happens in our brain. And so this notion that we can somehow not only map the thing that's going on in our brain, but map it such that it somehow corresponds with this made-up category of thing. Like, there are issues on top of just the scientific electrical stimulus that relate to the difficulty in language, in that you are projecting a made-up label onto something that the brain is doing. Right? The blue-black-gold dress is a good example. Same wavelength, but people categorize it completely different. You want to know a scary example? You want to know a scary example with color? There are different societies that have different words for different colors the words or quantity of words you have with which to refer to colors actually informs how many different colors you see. And the way that they studied this was your ability to differentiate, shout out to being colorblind, your ability to differentiate between different colors and identify their different color. And what they found was the lack of words to identify different colors had a relationship with you actually being able to see the difference in a color. So your language itself is going to inform whether or not you can see something as being a different color than the other. Confidence is just optimism? Maybe. This has to do with how people interpret context clues? Oh, it's beyond context clues. Like, you literally can't identify, like, the difference between two of these colors. Without being... and this is not a colorblind thing. This is not, oh, this indigenous tribe tends to be more colorblind. People with all the sets of rods and cones... the language that they have with which to refer to the thing, it's present in... Here, I have the book over here. Lakoff. Women, Fire, and Dangerous Things. It's actually one of the earlier studies, so I might even be able to find it. Color, prototype effects, and... important... Wittgenstein to wash. Maybe we can... Do we got an index, baby? Glossary. Do we get color? Please tell me we got color. No, it's all categorized by author. No, no. Oh, there's a subject index and a named index. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. But banana bread at work? Hell yeah! So we have Berlin K. Research 2426. I can cite the thing that I'm looking at. Okay, thus Kay and McDaniel make the claim that basic color categories are a product of both neurophysiology, so the light hitting your retina and then being converted into an image, and cognitively real operations that can be partially modeled by fuzzy set intersection and union. That is, your category that you create with a color based on your language... the categories you have actually informs the phenomenological experience that your brain creates. Your brain creates the experience. You're not experiencing it full frontal, my guy. If you thought you were getting the full frontal experience, you're wrong. Your brain makes it. And the language you have informs what your brain can make. So both the physiological stimulus and language are informing it. At present, this is the only plausible account we have for why the facts of basic color categories should be as they are. The Kay-McDaniel theory has important consequences for human categorization in general. It claims that colors are not objectively out there in the world independent of any beings. Color concepts are embodied in the focal colors that are partly determined by human biology. Color categorization makes use of human biology, but color categories are more than merely a consequence of the nature plus of the world plus human biology. Color categories result from the world plus human biology plus a cognitive mechanism that has some of the characteristics of fuzzy set theory, which we talked about a little bit today, plus cultural specific choice of which basic color categories there are. Let's see. Okay. Nothing especially striking that we want to read the entire passage. But the point is like, brother, we're trying to map neural coordinates here, and you're telling me that the words we have are going to actually inform what your brain makes in terms of phenomenological experience? I was talking about the dress, not the gradient perception being influenced with language. I don't dispute that. No, I'm not suggesting... I don't think I was suggesting that you do. You've never seen a certain color? Like the purple for royalty? Do you need a name for the... do you need a name for color you never see? Well, so generally you'll have like... there's a lot of... We have... So we would consider these blue. And maybe these red. There are broad categories through which, like, every color on the light spectrum we can fit into them. These broad categories... I think would encompass... you can generally categorize... given a color categorization task, people can generally categorize all the colors into a category of their making. They're generally not incapable of putting a color into a category. Like, we could do this ourselves, but there's going to be a point at which, like, this blue becomes green. I don't know if you guys can even see it or if it cuts it off. Like, I guess this would be green. This would be blue to me. Like, this is around the barrier or the boundary. This I don't know. I don't know if that's blue or green. I guess looking at it there, it looks blue. Other knowledge seems to influence perception as well. In the dress example, I can top-down influence my perception and see both. And it seems slightly more bands and gradients than non-technical classmates with some Photoshop background. Yeah, that'll help as well. Like if you take if you take a botanist and geologist to a waterfall, they will see very different things. Blue-green turquoise is the most common case of this. Yeah. You have 100 words for shades of green. You can differentiate more shades of green. Yes. But it's not... Yes. But the thing is like... Having a name for it and being able to tell that they're different are like two different things. Like, these are two different shades. You can kind of tell the difference, but one of the issues is I know that they're different. I don't know if I'd say that they're different if I didn't know. Also implies your world revolves more around the color green. Yeah, so indigenous people that live on a savanna versus indigenous people who live on the jungle. The jungle ones are probably gonna have more words for green. So the brain is incredibly loud in car outside. It's incredibly adaptable. We're really bad at drawing. You know what? This isn't a brain. This is Australia. We're audibling. We meant to make it a brain. It's Australia. But I think we've... we're on the beaten path now. So we have our ethics, our summary, and any follow-up questions. So I think we're going to call it. I don't think we're going to raid anyone with our just chatting party, because I have no idea who would be the person to raid it here anyways. So with that said, I will bid you guys farewell. Thanks for coming out, especially the people on the YouTube. Well, people on Twitch too, but the people on the YouTube had to make more of a special trip if you're a YouTube viewer. I thought it was a loud car. It probably was. But thank you guys for coming out, and I guess we'll call it. So we'll end the stream for the YouTubers, have it be just Twitchers, and then say goodbye to the Twitch people, which we don't have a